Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Cosmon Cal.
Golden Gate shining, Golden Gate. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise?
Somebody explain.
Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise?
Somebody explain.
Scriptures describe it with the towers of gold. Angels positioned where the gateways unfold. Trumpets announcing the arrival of souls. Guards at the entrance maintaining control. Crowds moving forward in obedient course. Names getting checked before crossing the doors. Peace is proclaimed while the soldiers remain. Still every entrance is locked with a chain. If nothing but goodness exists in the land, why are there armies with orders to stand? Why would a kingdom of infinite grace need golden gates at the edge of the place? If evil was banished beyond every star, why would a border be needed at all? Something about it is starting to show. Heaven might not be the freedom they told. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise?
Somebody explain.
Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise?
Somebody explain.
Prophets described it as cities of light, kingdoms suspended in heavenly height. Crowds gather close where the rulers remain. Thrones and dominions declaring their names. Soldiers assembled along every wall. Weapons prepared if the trumpet is called. Marches and banners that circle the throne. Armies protecting the ruler alone. Kingdoms divided by borders of flame. Gods in the heavens competing for reign. Watchmen observing the regions beyond. Anything moves, the kingdoms respond. If heaven is peaceful and nothing can hide, why would an army be standing outside? Why would a ruler need sentries and gates unless there is war in the heavenly states? Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise?
Somebody explain.
Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise?
Somebody explain.
Oh, I speed revealed how the heavens were made. Gods built dominions where spirits were caged. Souls that believed they were rising in grace never could see they were sealed in a place. Leaders appearing as radiant guides, quietly ruling the souls at their side. Borders surrounding the luminous plain, holding the multitudes under its claim. Gates regulating the movement of souls. Who can approach and who never can go? Crowds celebrating the promise they heard, not recognizing the trap in the words. Ages could pass in the comfort they know, praising the rulers who never let go. Look at the gates and the meaning appears. Prison disguised as a heavenly sphere. Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or paradise?
Somebody explain.
Golden Gate shining, but the questions remain. Eyes wide shut as they praise in the name. If heaven is perfect, why the locks on the frame? Prison or
Yeah.
coming in the air, something heavy, intense. Signs in the sky, but they hide the evidence. Old text lining up that predicted events. Oh, I speed a book that make it all make sense. Coming in the air, something heavy, intense. Signs in the sky, but they hide the evidence. Old text lining up that predicted events. Oh, I speed a book that make it all make sense. Sirens in the night, nobody shocked at the noise. Yellow tape stretch where they once played as boys. Numbers on the screen turning life to a choice. Timeline scroll quick, life never had a voice. Crowds gather round, but the questions remain. Everybody seen it, but ain't got a name. Patterns in the chaos, but it's easier to blame with whatever narrative the channels want to frame. History buried, but it bleed through the cracks. Old warnings written, now they line up with facts. Same cycles turning, just a different set of acts. Same end result every time it collapses. Nobody asking why the pressure's immense, or why it feel heavier just to exist. Everything loud, laced with suspense, like something got taken without any compense. Coming in the air, something heavy, intense. Signs in the sky, but they hide the evidence. Old text lining up that predicted events. Oh, I speed a book that make it all make sense. Coming in the air, something heavy, intense. Signs in the sky, but they hide the evidence. Old text lining up that predicted events. Oh, I speed a book that make it all make sense. Books full of knowledge, but the spirit get ignored. Mapped out the stars, they think Saturn's the Lord. Charts on the wall, got them feeling the shore. Cut off anything that ain't measured or explored. Teach what they see, all else is dismissed. Call it blasphemy if it don't coexist with the data they gather in the systems they script. Truth get narrowed down to the lens they equip. People walk around like they stuck in a phase. Talk like they living, but they lost in a maze. Can't tell the difference, real life in the stage. Playing out scripts that they write on a page. Try to speak deep but get labeled intense. Say it's too much or it don't make sense. But the more that they reject, the more it commence. Like the loop that repeat with a porous defense. Coming in the air, something heavy, intense. Signs in the sky, but they hide the evidence. Old text lining up that predicted events. Oh, I speed a book that make it all make sense. Big buildings rise, put a crown on the place. Call it center of the world, everything in second place. Power gets stacked, now it's all about the race. Who can dominate the map, who can regulate the space. Leaders speak loud, but it's all self-interest. Every move calculated, never random in the business. Send waves out with just a widen the distance between those who comply and those in resistance. Glory on display, make it look like it's pure, but behind closed doors, it's a different report. Decisions getting made that the public can't afford, where disease get patented without no cure. Expansion the goal and never knowing it end. Armies of the gods cleanse the land of descent. Every structure built will eventually bend. When it's rooted in control, it despises free men. Coming in the air, something heavy, intense. Signs in the sky, but they hide the evidence. Old text lining up that predicted events. Oh, I speed a book to make it all make sense. Time coming close where it won't be belief. Things getting shown, put the doubters to sleep. Not a matter of opinion, a scientific retreat. When it's sight in the eye, can't deny what it see. Proof in the works, even if it take time. Generations build just to reach that line where the truth stand clear, not hidden in lies. And the ones who deny get washed in the tide. Some will accept, some will turn away fast. Some in the trance to the spells that they cast, but the ship still move, it the way to just pass. Answers was written before the questions was asked. Everything aligned and every sign killed fear. Past meet present, now the picture feel clear. What was once questioned now's turning the gears, and the record been there, just ignored through the years. Coming in the air, something heavy, intense. Signs in the sky, but they hide the evidence. Old text lining up that predicted events. Oh, I speed a book that make it all make sense.
Yeah, they can't coming, creator can't coming. Turning up the light and watch some boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
Creative gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
We fight as a single, impenetrable unit. That is the source of our strength.
Right back at it like I left something. It's your hostess with the mostest, holding that fire like a roach clip. Your naga, your nerve. Fresh up off of that curved jelly, jam and preserve. Big brother, the cloud kicker, Nakwakaiki, black up in this thing. Hey, salute to the gang, man. First and foremost, love, light, balance out there to everybody, and all praises to the ever-present creator, the one who always was, is, and never shall be. I've been, my personality is more, instead of trying to just mealy mouth with niggas for no reason, I try to get to the bottom of it and get a understanding out of the situation. And what I'm coming to find out with all this pushback on the WASP is it's actually built on the lack of a foundation of understanding. It's built on a lot of assumptions, beliefs, feelings, thoughts, or whatever you think what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the video shared a lot. There's a lot of pushback based on a lot of people's own biases, right? Their own prejudgments, prejudices, in some instances, pure hatred of things and people, concepts and other things, right? Even living men hate them. You dig what I'm saying? So, I find that much of the problem, especially with a WASP, is built around the lack of knowledge around the man who published it, right? Who brought it out to the world, right? I was watching a show the other day, and of course they was talking about a WASP. There's nothing else to talk about in the conscious community of any value other than us. It just is, right? We've seen this same old Pan-African, we shall overcome, kumbaya, system not work for the last 60 years, right? We've seen it not work. So when it is that new thoughts and ideas come around, there's always going to be pushback. But most of the pushback, you got to understand, is built on a lack of actual knowledge and is built on a foundation of ignorance. Those are just the facts, right? We hear this rambling, a lot. So much so that we have a pre-built-in rebuttal doc. It's 154 pages long of the common questions and assertions always made to faithists about one thing or another, right? So, it becomes so rote and repetitive that we just put up a doc. So if you're saying this, you're saying WASP is religion. Oh, well, here it is. Let me show you it's not. You know what I mean? WASP denies science. Let me show you it doesn't. You know what I mean? We just got it already lined up. You got to remember, I've been doing this years before they were ever on YouTube. Any of them. You dig what I'm saying? So I thought a brother asked a question, a brother Sadiq Ra, who I respect. He asked a very, very logical question that Cosmon even thought himself. I already thought that the same thing he brought up about the inspiration of Muhammad, and this man was illiterate and he couldn't write, but he was made to recite, and he memorized what he was taught. right? And how could you have nothing in your head? I thought that too, right? And especially when you read Quran, right? Without the hadiths, when you just read the text, right? It's in many parts very incoherent. You know what I mean? Yeah, almost broken, if I could say. But either way, right? We find out that really the biggest push against OWASP is its publisher, right? John Baloo Newborough, right? John Baloo Newborough. Uh, Many quote unquote black folk, Aboriginal peoples, you know, once religious folks, you know what I mean, spiritual, even spiritual folks, you know what I mean. But the true spiritualist is, I believe, for the most part, always been a person who sees a thing to the end and gives it a fair shake and allows it to prove itself to you, right? Those are you know, the makeup of a true spiritualist. So much of it, the confusion about what they believe OWASP is, because it uses the term Bible and all that. They think it's a religion, and I'm not against the word religion if it's going to be applied correctly. If you're saying that the method of helping people is religious, and that structure and how you help people is a religion, well then yes, I could say that. But as into praising a God, uh, demanding a point of view like a closed loop system, uh, demanding that I believe the word or of a deity who hasn't even risen above his lower self, he still gets angry, jealous, and wrathful. You dig what I'm saying? So it's a contradiction in and of itself. I addressed that in my naturalism show, but this is Jehovah Chronicles number 319. JBN, John Baloo Newborough, the man who baffles science and God. Right? Shout out to the faithists. They know exactly what I say when they say he baffles God. A lot of people believe God is the creator. I'm here to burst your bubble and actually explain to you that's one of the pillars of spiritualism, which is a science, right? Spiritualism is built on two things. It is one, trying to explain the unseen cause behind the scene, just like science, right? And two, its second fundamental principle is knowing how or learning that God and the creator are not the same thing or same one. Hush. Hmm? That is, hey, you want to get in that cage? Come here. Come here. Sit down. So,
No.
All right. Spiritualism stands on those two principles. Trying to explain the unseen cause behind what can be seen, and the understanding that God and the Creator are not the same thing. Right? But as I said, it be our own prejudices, our own biases, right? Like in the so-called the brother called himself exposing a waspy, he did a very lackluster job. You know what I mean? One, he didn't show you anything evil, nor did he show you anything religious. In fact, he said, oh, it says the word angel. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. That's religious, man. He don't even know what an angel is. He won't open the book. He thinks if he go get what do you call those? Like a leaflet about a waspy that breaks down some things, and they're wrong, many parts. It's not all correct how it's explained. Right? In its basis, it is in some points, and in other points, it's wrong. It has wrong wording and other things because it's trying to summarize what a waspy is saying without actually printing what the text says. And another thing that is got people hella baffled is automatic writing. Automatic writing, right, is not, really. It's just like a catch-all term because, first of all, Owaspy wasn't really written. It doesn't have any written part. It was not written. The text was not written by hand, right? It didn't come from a prior written source, or it was automatically typed, or what I like to call mechanically produced. Right? The first book in the world to ever be produced on a typewriter solely. Right? But, of course, Owaspy has pictures in it. Right? Where obviously a pencil, coloring paper, something had to be used by the person's hand, but in that transmission, he says it was done the same way without his volition or knowledge or foreknowledge about what was being written. His hands were out of his control. Right? And that's a good question. What something had to be in the mind. You dig what I'm talking about? What was going on at the time where you was writing? Does JBN say he was asleep? No. He says he was wide awoke. He was watching what was going on. He could see what was going on around him. Right? But when it was time to write the text, the words were not his. I think that's a fair question. Because I asked it. I asked the same question. How you produce something, right? How you produce something and your brain is not involved? And then I had to start understanding spirituality and things like energy, like conduits. Does a conduit read the energy? Does it know the energy prior? No. Right? It's just the tool it uses to transmit force. Right? I had to start stepping back out of myself because I didn't know. So I kept reading and then explained it all. That's the dope part about Owaspy, right? But a lot of people hate white people. Let's just be real about it. Right? They hate them. You know what I mean? They got a and even if they don't hate them, they got a distaste for them. You dig what I'm talking about? Especially their ancestors and all that. You know what I'm saying? You know, so it's a natural skepticism that's there. It just is. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's cosmon, though. It's real. That's what I am saying. And, you know, uh, we got our own biases and prejudices. You dig what I'm talking about? A lot of people are low vibratory and hateful. You dig what I'm saying? So you can't put a negative disposition. You dig what I'm talking about? Onto something you've never heard of, genuinely. You can't do it, right? If you've never seen anything, let's just say, somebody's saying something untrue about you, right? But if nobody's ever seen that from you, and it can't be substantiated, right? Even though it may hurt you emotionally at that time, you know what I mean? It actually not true at all. And if you will let it affect you when it's not actually true, instead of letting it speak for themselves, well, then you got caught up in it, right? So they have biases. We all have they have, the world's people who think they are so intelligent and that they got it all, and that science explains everything. And if you can't see it, it's not real. Those types, those who assume that everybody must and demands them to be empirical, and yet their foundation is built upon an assumption that can't be empirically proven by science. Yet they're over here calling people religious. When a waspy don't even blow nobody horn, it don't big nobody up. If you would even read the cover, you would have found that out. But they so disingenuous, y'all. They don't even read the cover. Right? Let's get into some of this, right? Let's get into the story of JB and who he is, because he been beating up gods. He got boys terrified to come off the porch. Got them re-questioning their scientific assumptions and beliefs. Shaking the world up with cutting edge science, right? Thoughts on science, and you did what I'm saying, that science turns around and agrees with a waspy with. It wasn't a waspy agreeing with science. Science agreed with a waspy that the Earth is in the moon's that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, and the atmosphere extends way past the moon. Remember, a waspy is a primary. It's just proven itself. They don't like that because it come from a white boy who what they believe is smarter than they God. Smarter than they science, which is their God. Right? They put as much reverence in the science as any theologian puts into a creator. They even tell you, they demand you to look at science through naturalist eyes and assume there is a closed loop. You must. We know about things enforced. They are religions. Right? So they hate him because he's white. Right? They are baffled that such a revelation, if this book is as good as we say it is, and I say personally, right? That as an intelligent thinking human being, right, with morals and, you know, I got some home training and a bunch of street sense. You dig what I'm talking about? Personally, that no man could have written Owaspy. Impossible. You'd have to have been there in some of these scenarios, and this is a cosmogony of the universe, not a cosmology, a cosmogony, a how, who, what, when, where, why of our universe. I mean, of our solar system, right? And its planets and the sun, central sun. Not cosmology, not astrology, cosmogony. If it is all this, why didn't he take credit for it? Personally, Cosmon say, it is a literary wonder. The most amazing text ever written in the English language. It's not even close. It's not even close. Right? We're going to get into the man that got their God shaken. Huh? We're going to get into the man. Who has science baffled? How did this man know about the quantum atomic structure of the universe in 1881 when electrons hadn't even been found? Atoms hadn't even been found. They were only being theorized about. How did he call them atoms before they were called atoms? Somebody got to explain that. Where he get this knowledge from? Me personally, this is just me. I don't believe the white boy from Ohio knew any of this information. Ain't no way you can convince me he knew it. And then beyond that, you would have to go and show the prior text that you believe exists that he would have had to glean the information from. Right? You would have to show that. There ain't none. Well, where would you get the idea for the book of Fergopody from? Or the synopsis of 16 cycles? Or the book of Af? You could never break that down and then make it make sense to modern day, to the Pacific Ring of Fire. What? You could never make that make sense. He didn't know this stuff. But you dig what I'm talking about? It's always best to hear it out the horse's mouth anyway. You know how I say. You dig what I'm saying? Let's get into some of this info, right? Because really, the problem is they have a lack of information because they're not, right, spiritually strong enough to actually, or scientifically based enough to actually delve into a thing for the most part. Most people are disingenuous when they ask these questions, right? But what we can, and I can say for a certainty, Owaspy is the most authentic and authenticated book probably ever, at least since the Bible. Well, I would say it's even more though than the Bible because we don't know who wrote the Bible. We know who wrote Owaspy, who typed it. Right? Before we get into that, let's just look at that real quick, right? Because people got to understand two things can be true at the same time, right? It's one thing for certain, whether you believe me or not, a typewriter can't make an image. It can't make a picture. Owaspy has pictures in it. How did it get in there? He had to draw them. but the text was totally typed. The very first book in the world to totally be typed, right? The text to fully only be written by a typewriter, a WASP, right? So the answer is, did he, when you ask the question, did he automatically write the book, right? Or did he automatically type the book? He automatically typed it, right? But certain parts and sections that have pictures, right? He said, in the same manner that the book was text, the pictures were also written automatically. So in truth, it's a little bit of both. And for, those who are not aware of high spiritual, who are not aware of people with high spiritual acumen or aware of spirit at all, are not spiritual and are materialist, right? It would be almost impossible to explain this to them. It's like trying to teach a dog geometry, right? There's nothing wrong with the dog. He's just not capable of understanding. And that is a thing of the spirit. It's not because of your DNA. So the question was asked, did John Ballew Newborough, as I was saying, it's a little bit of both. If you want to be honest, he typed the text, but the pictures were written or drawn. Did John Ballew Newborough automatically write, or did he automatically type the seminal book called the Bible of Owaspie, or Owaspie Bible? John Ballew Newborough automatically typed the text of his book, right? According to Newborough's own public letters and a historical documentation regarding the creation of the text in 1881, the production of Owaspie involved a combination of both typing and drawing. But let's get this written or understood. There is no written version of the words of Owaspie. They were never written down. They were typed, right? So like the text is explaining, like the AI is explaining, the text was automatically typewritten, or what I like to call mechanically produced, right? And to understand what would be in the mind of that man at that time, we would have to ask him, right? Luckily, he put out a explanation as to the authorship of Owaspie, and we're gonna get into that because most of this come from that. The great schism and why we keep beat people up in the move, and we just keep on moving, unstoppable, a juggernaut, is because people are trying to use belief when we're using objectivity. So your belief never trumps objectivity, right? And most of what these people are, or the world's people have been, pushing forward, comes with a definitive attached, a must, right? A absolute. You see what I'm saying? Infallibility. An assumption of it, at least. Owaspie goes in the other direction. But it says that Newborough stated that his angel guides explicitly commanded him to purchase a newly invented Remington No. 2 typewriter. He claimed that for 50 weeks, he sat at the typewriter for half an hour each morning. A spiritual light would strike the back of his hands, causing his fingers to rapidly fly to the keys to type the text without his conscious mind directing them. That is his claim, right? How would you know, right? First of all, this is as all spiritual books claim, they come from a realm of the unseen. Well, how do they get to the scene, right? How do they get to the physical world? There must be a conduit, right? A tool, a pathway, a connection, a medium, a channel that connects the unseen to the seen. JBN is that tool. He is that scribe. Huh? This is from March 2nd, 1883, about 3 to 4 months after Owaspy had first been written. Right? And in the book, and in a weekly journal devoted to the history, phenomenon, philosophy, and teachings of spiritualism, called Spiritualism, from London, March 2nd, 1883, we find this. Right? Excuse me. We find this. Owaspy. Right? And it says how the new Bible was produced. It says, the meeting at the spiritual institution on Sunday evening was conducted by James Byrne, OST, who gave the following facts about Owaspy and the manner of its production. Mind you, Owaspy had just been typewritten December, or for the finally and finished December 15th, 1881. Right? It went into publication in May, June of 1882. And now we are in March of 1883. Right? So just to put us in a proper timeline and mindscape of what's going on. And now they're talking about how this new Bible was produced. An attempt has been made by more than one spiritualist to supply a new Bible. The results in the past have not been quite satisfactory, so that a new announcement of a kind does not commend itself to the consideration of careful minds. When, therefore, an exceedingly modest advertisement of Owaspy appeared in the spiritualist organs of America, it did not arouse great interest, especially as the existence of the book appeared to be ignored by the editorial wisdom of the papers in which the advertisement appeared. At last, a gentleman in New York who has been for some years a reader of the Medium introduced the existence. Medium is another publication, right? A gentleman in New York who has been for some years a reader of the Medium introduced the existence of the book to us, and ultimately a box of them arrived. Incidentally, we have learned some particulars of the method in which the book was produced from conversations which we had with friends antiquated with the instrument, or JBN, through whom it was put into words. But all of this left us with many of forming without, excuse me, but all of this left us without any means of forming an idea of the merits of the productions. So think about it. These people have already read Owaspy, and they're going to go back and give their take on it, and explain what's in it, right? But they themselves wanted to know how it was produced in 1883, because most people didn't know, because in the original Owaspy, the 1882 version, there is no JBN, John Balloon doesn't take credit for publishing or authoring the book. He doesn't tell how the book comes about or anything, right? Why is that? Why doesn't he take credit for it? If this is the rock of all ages, Cosmon, and this is the baddest mofo, this old waspy is the coldest thing in the world, huh? Best thing since sliced bread, huh, Cosmon? Well, why ain't he taking credit for it? Maybe because he knows he didn't produce it. And these people are questioning that. It was like, this left us without, any means of forming an idea. If the merit of the book is credible, right? And watch what because we're going to get into what JBN has to say about the book. But mind you, what he has to say about merit. And I totally agree. We're going to read this. I totally agree, though. His point is that it don't matter. If the book doesn't have merit, it don't matter who wrote it. If the book has merit, it don't matter who wrote it. It's the merit of the book that matters. Because if it felt, listen, we just gonna keep reading, right? Because they want to know about the white guy because they're racist, they're biased, they're hateful. I mean, and let's just be real, they got a right cause. Many of them are duped and indoctrinated still in religions. You know what I mean? Even religious beliefs and assertions like naturalism. They're duped and pigeonholed, limiting their own selves. Because they believe a thing must be a certain way. You need to keep living. You're going to find out that everything ain't black and white, right? There's a whole lot of gray. Let's get on here. Though a grand volume and highly attractive in appearance, yet a cursory glance at its contents is not quite assuring. The scope of the work, talking about Owaspy, is so large and its subject matter so extraordinary that the mind is appalled rather than gratified by passing contemplation of its pages. And I get it, but that's not a flex. You know what I mean? You want to know this information, but you're just too lazy to read it. Right? It's too many pages, guys. Man. Huh? So you were appalled by it. I wasn't. 1,553 pages later, amazing. A stupendous read. I'm just telling y'all, man, this is out of control. Let me see who we got in the chat real quick, man. Mr. Johnny James up in this thing, man. All praise to the Great Spirit, man. Smash an idol. Oh, man. Yahweh God, man, boy. The confusion comes in thinking all white people are descendants of those who the Creator hates. Huh? Creator don't hate nobody. That's confusion right there. This is confusing. The confusion comes in thinking all white people are the descendants of those who the Creator hates. Yeah, you're right. That's not true because the Creator don't hate nobody. They hate themselves. That's why they act the way they act. But that ain't got nothing to do with color. That's the confusion. The confusion is you think it got something to do with color. That just shows your bias and racism. And I'm not talking to you personally, Smash. I'm just saying. Yo, we had a gang in this thing. Yeah. Peace. Dread up in here. All right. Salute to the brother JBN. That's right. Salute to homie. It's all good. Right. Exactly. I was just talking about this, right? He say, look at what Malachi Maccabee say. Says either plagiarized, and you got to show us from where, right? And you can't say the way Owaspy uses I come to not to send peace but a sword is the same way that the Bible uses it. It's not. And the revelation is in who's saying it. And yet the truth is the proof that Owaspy is true is that you find it in the Bible. It's saying that's the demon that said it. And you find it in the Bible. Right? It can't be both. Right? Let me see if I can blow that up just a little bit more for y'all real quick. Let me see. All right. Well, so like I was saying, it's not a flex to look at a thick book and be like, oh, my brain. You know what I mean? That's just showing a lack of spiritual strength. Right? It's not a real flex that you're complaining that you're weak. See what I'm saying? It was only on reading. And this is the major problem with all of them, y'all. They don't read. They don't read anything. They don't read anything. They just make assumptions. Oh, he got verses like the Bible. Like what? Just because the name Abraham is mentioned, it's mentioned everywhere. There's bunches of Abrahams, but it's about what they're saying about Abraham and what Owaspy is saying about Abraham and what Bible is saying about Abraham are totally different. Remember, Owaspy is a primary for the information it contains. We don't know where Bible came from. We don't even know. Just being real. Who wrote Bible? Who wrote the New Testament? John. Come on, man. Jeebus. Come on, man. But this is the difference between those who are truly seeking light and the disingenuous. Hold on one second, y'all. Those who disingenuous, who asking questions to try to break down, not trying to build. You dig what I'm talking about? But it's okay because truth don't need Cosmon. It just is. And until they read, they're coming up against you in a point of ignorance, right? So you're always teaching. So you can't just be, saying, oh, I'm not going to give you this. You dig what I'm talking about, especially if they're asking. But at the same time, just remember they're being disingenuous to try to disprove it, which we don't have a problem with. You dig what I'm talking about? But do it. Don't talk about it. Do it. Right? Don't make a whole bunch of claims that you haven't been able to prove. Right? Here go the white boy that beat they God up, though. You dig what I'm talking about? They so worried about white boys. Ooh-wee. You dig what I'm talking about? But he beat they God up regularly. Creator is undefeated, though. They don't understand who they fighting against. Huh? But this is what they are terrified to do. They are terrified of reading. Because they rather be right than righteous. They would rather be in belief about something than actually have knowledge of it. So they can just keep assuming from the dark and acting as if they're making points when their assumptions are darkness. It wasn't until they read it. It was only on reading the volume carefully. Right? They can't do it, y'all. I'm telling you. We are in a microwave, give it to me now era. Right? And this is a thing that you got to do for yourself. Right? So we can always tell those who are more aligned, right? Because they will study. You dig what I'm talking about? They are searching for truth, right? But, cognitive dissonance kicks in because of belief and assumption many times, right? So they can't bring themselves to the logical conclusion that they just figured out. They won't allow themselves to accept it. So truth just stands. It don't need me. Right? It says, it was only upon reading the volume carefully that the real merits of his teachings were made manifest. We found that it contained much matter, which had already cropped up in our own mind, but had not found expression or even taken definite form. Evidences of sublime truth, profound inspiration, and a lofty religious feeling, wedded to a pure morality, not a lofty religion, but a lofty religious feeling. I can hear the obstinate and the those who just try to hear for dog whistle words. He said religious. Yeah, but in the context of what? Right? It left a feeling, right? A subjective feeling that was like it was religious, but it wasn't religious. So I can already hear it's a religious feeling. I heard him say it. So they be thinking they be thinking they doing something, man. I deal with a lot of the lowest of the low. Man, you should hear these dudes, their thinking processes. It's bad. You dig what I'm saying? Evidences of sublime truth, profound inspiration, and a lofty religious feeling, wedded to a pure morality, appeared so plentiful that the mind was overjoyed and amazed in contemplating such riches. Cosmos ain't saying that. As to the mere process of authorship, we cared not a figure, not a fig. These matters are so frequently put forth as a demand on the credulity and subserviency of the reader, right? That they repel and create suspicion, which is basically what the dude Humble was doing, right? He was just begging the question, come on, guys, don't you believe me? Huh? What? No. Right? That no pretense on this basis appeared in the new Bible. Watch this. About what? As the process of authorship, we cared not a fig. These matters are so frequently put forth as a demand on the credulity and subserviency of the reader that they repel and create suspicion. That no pretense on this basis appeared in the new Bible greatly what enhanced it in our estimation. The book spoke for itself, right? But they won't read it, so they don't know what it says. So they relying on me to tell them. They relying on the gang to break this down because they are interested. They have no choice but to be. We are the higher light. They like moths to the flame. You can't turn away from it. It's only because of YouTube blocking that this channel ain't massive. Yeah. But if I did, I'm telling you, I'm gonna do a something else on this show. I'm gonna bring in a whole nother show, and it's gonna be some just BS. Right? It's gonna be something. It might not even be BS, but it's gonna be something more worldly, right? Watch how fast it pick up. This is what they don't understand. I can't make you understand it for yourself, right? A waspy speaks for itself. It don't need an apologist. Christian apologist, Egyptian apologist, Muhammadan apologist, Buddhist apologist. It don't need none of it. All it needs is for you to pay attention. Most can't do it that long. The book spoke for itself. It needed no apologist. All that was stated for, it appeared in the following. This is the editor's preface. This is on the first page. This shows how low and dishonest and disingenuous most of them are, y'all, when they dealing with us, right? Just understand y'all are the higher light. You are it. You practicing it. You living it daily. This shows how low and disingenuous they truly are. They never even read the first page. This is in the editor's preface. If you don't like it, don't read it, but shut up about it as if you know something. You're in a pit of cognitive dissonance, barking. But again, you're not saying anything. Because you will not read. Listen, the biggest problem with Humble, I found out is Humble is not, he doesn't read well, right? He's not a good reader. And because he doesn't read well, he comprehends poorly because he makes up words to fit them in there instead of trying to understand them and explain them and pronounce them correctly. He doesn't read well and he doesn't comprehend well. Because everything about his naturalism agrees with Owaski. Owaski just, me personally, took the legs from under naturalism. We not agreeing with y'all. Y'all gonna agree with us, and we at the cutting edge of science. No. We don't just agree with what you're telling us. No. We test it scientifically. objectively, empirically, axiomatically. We use what's commonly known, and what can be proven, and then judge that against what's right in front of our face and do some tests on it. Owaspi calls us objective spiritualists. The opposite of a prophet from the biblical or religion. I'm not even going to say Bible. From the religious point of view. The opposite. Not spooked out. It's all real. When a man, right? This is on the very first page. They will not read, right? Remember, anybody can be smart, right? But intelligence comes from the inside. Many are just not intelligent. They hate when I say it, but dog can't even read. I'm arguing with a dude who can't read. So we know his comprehension level is terrible. Plus, he's from the Baltimore schooling system. That should tell you everything you need to know. As into why he doesn't read well. When a man holds up a book, right? Like Bible, like Mahabharata, like Owaspi. Hold on. When look what it say. This is in the first page. This is in the first page of Owaspi. I ain't making up none of this. Right? I ain't making this up. When a man holds up a book, Quran, Bible, Mahabharata, I Ching, Tao, whatever. When he hold up a book and he say, you must believe this. Or when a man holds up his science, his philosophical naturalism, and he says, you must believe this because it says all things are in a closed loop system. It's the same as saying, you must believe this because thus saith the Lord. It's the same subjectivity. It's the same assumption that you must believe. I must. Am I obliged? You must believe this because it says, thus says the Lord, or thus says John Blue Newborough, or thus says Cosmon, or thus says God, or thus says philosophical naturalism. That all things can be explained within nature. No, it can't. Scientifically or empirically, you can't even prove that question. Hadouken. When a man hold up a book and he say, you must believe this because it says, thus says the Lord, should we not pity that man? Should we not pity a humble? This is why I'm teaching him. I'm not debating him. I just debunked his. I can't argue with a belief. It's subjective. It's an assumption. I don't care. Because you can't prove it. Why would I debate something you can't prove is real? That's asinine. And as we've already seen, it is its own self-defeating prophecy. But we'll get into that. It defeats itself. Right? When somebody trying to tell you got to believe something because naturalism say it, or because thus saith the Lord, shouldn't we pity that dude? Does he comprehend the liberty of man to acquire knowledge? What is the method of acquiring knowledge? It's called science. Huh? Do we comprehend the liberty of that? A man's liberty to acquire knowledge? Any book. Look at this. Look at this. Because they were trying to say, oh, it's religious. Oh, Cosmon, it said the word God in there. It's got to be religious. It's got to be supernatural, but yet you can't prove anything supernatural. Owaspis treats God and high spiritualism as a science, rigorously, and spirits are tangible. Just like light is unseen in its energetic form, but when it is ionized, the photons produce what is called light. So it is in part physical and non-physical. Any book that imparts knowledge of the life and destiny of man is a good book. Owaspis don't say. So, Cosma, are you saying that Owaspis tells us you're not bound to Owaspis? Yes. Any book where you can get some information about the destiny and life of man should be read. Right? Don't really sound religious to me. Huh? Any book that unfolds the character and person of the Creator and the wonder and glory of his creations is a good book. If you agree, hit me with some vortex. How could that book be bad? Ain't that what the Bible purporting to be? Ain't that what the Avestas are purporting to be? Huh? Ain't that what the Quran is purporting to be? That it unfolds the character and person of this Creator, your God, and the wonder and glory of his creations? We don't bash the book. Why? It's paper. Huh? And just as we all know, men were inspired to write it, but the thing is to learn who inspired them. And when you find out that many of the inspirations are the beasts that are mentioned in their own end times epistemology. When you learn prophecy is personal, well, then you'll understand that God's prophecy in the book of Revelations is his own. So who are these four guys coming on these horses? Who are these horsemen? If you were lying, you would probably say they was evil guys because they are the heralds of the fall of your civilization. If you was lying. But in objective reality, the four horsemen come in light and love, peace, balance, cosmos. The total opposite of how the revelation of the God says it would. So if he lied about that, could he lie about everything else? You got to learn how to pick between. A great part of this is discernment. And until you hear and read and learn the truth, you can't pick the falsehood from the truth. all truth works together. Doesn't matter what falsehood is around it. When a book gives us information of things we know not of, it should also give us a method. Oh, there was all talking about the metallurgical naturalism, Cosmo. The nigga got up there and said, yes, I got the bacon lips. It is true. It is true, Cosman. My lips look like a pack of Ortega bacon. But I got 7 babies with 7 baby mamas. Even though I'm ugly, I still get some holes. It's not a flex. Even though my face look like it caught on fire. Fire! I got 7 baby mamas by 7 7 children by 7 baby mamas. Flex. When a book gives us information of things we know not of, it should also give us a method of proving that information true. Is that fair? Hit me with a yes or no. Right? We know that that's fair. Yes. Right? We know that that's fair. If you gonna tell me Cosmon and you tell me something I ain't never heard before, I don't know nothing about it. It may sound a little similar in certain parts, but I don't know nothing about this. You better give me a way of proving what you're saying is true. Other than that, you cap. That go for a waspy too. Right? So let's just put a waspy in there. So if a waspy gives us information of things we know not of, it should also give us a metallurgical naturalism, a method, a science of proving that information to be true. What y'all don't understand is this, a waspy, this book covers that ground. The things that y'all got all the questions in the world for answered in here. Many of y'all have asked us many of these questions over and over. This is why we have a rebuttal dog. Right? Because many take what they learn from religion and try to apply it to a waspy, and it doesn't work. When a book gives you information you don't know, it gotta turn around and give you a way to how to prove it. A waspy does that. The day has arrived when man will not accept proclamations and assertions just because you said it or somebody said it. Man, he wants plausible reasons and substantial proofs that the authority be not merely a pretense, but a demonstrable fact, right? You just can't tell me, you got to prove it. And until then, you cap it. And until a naturalist can show me a closed loop system, you're capping. You need to go back to the drawing board. Right? But remember, this is built up around your fears of this white man. And let's just be real. We actually don't know if JBN is white. We don't know. 1800s, one of the most well-known documented people in the world. We ain't got a real picture of him. Not one. Even the quote-unquote picture we got of him is a lithogram. It's not even real. So Yeah. What would they say if they found out JBN was a nigga? He was black. Would they be so against the book then? I think not. Why? Because they're prejudiced. They prejudged it. They judged the book by its cover before they ever read it. They didn't even read the cover. Obviously, this is on the first page, right? They didn't read the first page, so we know they didn't read the cover. Huh? The day has arrived when we're not accepting just because you saying it. We want plausible reasons, substantial proofs, that the quote unquote authority be not merely a pretense, but a demonstrable fact. You can't tell me God created the heavens and the earth. Now you got to show me how, where, when, why, and with what. And if you can't do that, you're lying. It's that simple. You're lying. Because it would be a very simple thing for a creator of everything to tell man how he did it. And have he would, first of all, he would have to be so powerful that he'd be inside, the thing would be made of him, but he would not actually be the thing doing it. He would have a mechanism that creates. And we would be able to see that mechanism. Those are called vortices. They are objective, right? Whether you believe in them or not, or whether you believe Descartes was saying the same thing. Owaspy is about vortex, which it isn't. You know what I mean? It's just not. Right? The crazy part is the vortex is the creative force. Yet y'all trying to deny a creator, but can see the effects of the force. You can see the spiraling. Energy moves that way. Our galaxy moves. Our galaxy moves that way. Our solar system moves that way. Our Earth moves that way. But they'll tell you ain't even nothing out there. Ain't no space. And nothing is moving. They'll even tell you it's a closed loop. Right? But the Earth ain't a closed loop. Our solar system ain't a closed loop. And the galaxy ain't a closed loop. Yet they want you to believe. They demand you believe that the universe is a closed system, but it's not objective. It's not provable by science. They want everybody else to be empirical, and then they start off with an assumption that's not empirically proven by science. It's hypocrite. This is why I can't debate it. It's hypocritical. It kills itself. It doesn't even stand. I can apply it. I can choose to apply naturalism or not, which means it's subjective, based on my feelings or whoever's. Right? Its application philosophically is subjective. Just like any religion. The time of man worship is at an end. Readers no longer accept a book as good and great merely because a certain person wrote it. A book must have merits of its own. I'll read that again. The book must have merits of its own, otherwise it will soon pass out of existence. When a man says, I heard the voice of the Creator saying, that part of his speech is worthless. But when a man says, I heard the voice of the Creator saying, do unto others as ye would have them do unto you, then the words become valuable. His assertion of his authority is of no avail in this age of the world. We don't give a damn that you saying the Lord said it. The words purporting to be the creators should therefore be the only consideration as to merit. So when God in the Bible tells you that he's a man, take it at face value. I ain't got time to lip wrestle and try to figure out. He said what he said. And this is not a proverbial man. This is a real man. A man as in opposite of woman. Got no time to be lip wrestling and trying to assert my own belief onto the text. Text say you add something to it, he taking you from the book of life. There you go. So why would I? But the assertion of his authority is no avail in this age in 2026. Do y'all know what age we in? Y'all know what era we in? Y'all know what arc we in? Y'all know what year we in? Better get to know Waspy, or just be pigeonholed to the Gregorian Justinian calendar. You don't even know what day it is on that one. You just think it's 2026. Huh? The words purporting to be the creators should therefore be the only consideration as to merit. And all men have the right to pass judgment thereon. Is it not the light of Creator within all men that makes them conscious of this wisdom and truth? Huh? And if that's so, well, then man's expression of any truth or wisdom is the Creator's expression. See, if a book were to fall down out of the sky with the Creator's name on it, right? I'm talking about float down. You dig what I'm talking about? Fall into a nigga hands with angelic beings on the side, but playing trumpets, and he just lay it out in your hand. Huh? You niggas wouldn't accept it on that kind of law. Well, why you gotta have, why you gotta have his name on it then? Don't you think we all know? Y'all gonna have something that you ain't gonna believe it just because of that. It wouldn't have mattered if it came falling out the sky and it didn't burn up. Well, how it didn't burn up then? Cause well, y'all have to, you would deny it just on that. If the book fell out the sky with the Creator's name on it, you Negroes would not accept the book on that account alone. Well, if he's the Creator, why you gotta sign his name? Huh? Why ain't he make it fly on my bookshelf then? Why he bring it right here to me? You have some reason to, as into why you would. It could have fell out the sky. Y'all wouldn't accept it on that account alone. Huh? So why then, this is the question I gotta ask all y'all. Why then should anything be said about how Owaspy was written? It don't matter. If the book got married, good. If it don't, good. Because it's gonna pass away. But as you see, it ain't passing away. It's gaining more power. As Owaspy say today, the remnants of the Algonquins have a book that is a power. You want to look for the real faithers? Look for those who stand by the Creator. Today, their book is a power. It's only Owaspy. Why then should anything be said about how this book was written? Why? Huh? They want to know, what was in his mind? And was he? He's a white man. He's white, Cosmo. Can't you see it? He's white. I'm afraid of him. That's what they be wanting to say. That's what they really want to say. I'm afraid I don't trust him because I'm a racist, biased fuck nigga. I'm from a long line of fuck niggas. I can't get jiggy with this, Cosmo. Waspy don't blow nobody horn. Ain't no big U's, little me's. Ain't no praise God, praise the Lord God, praise him. Huh? Waspy say praise look like work. Huh? So you thinking about something coming out your mouth. We talking about stuff that our hands and feet produce. And the idea of good works applied to others produce. That's spiritualism. Waspy don't blow nobody horn. It ain't telling you to follow no God, no Savior, no Messiah, no none of that. It makes nobody a leader. Ain't nobody following behind nobody over here. Huh? What is y'all talking about? Huh? You didn't read the first page. A Waspy don't blow nobody horn. It makes no leader. It is not a destroyer of old systems or religions. It reveals a new one, doing good works for other people. Waspy say ain't gonna have no talk. You don't want to hear no talk. Creator say I don't care what you talking about. Show me you love me by doing something good for somebody else. And whether you do that knowingly or not, long as you doing it, you following the Creator. You could call yourself an atheist all day. But if you're doing good out of the abundance of choices that you are making, you are already a faithist. You just don't know it. Because it's not about talking. Faithism ain't about talking. It's about doing. Because it don't make no big you, little me's. It's not a destroyer of old systems or religion. It reveals a new system. Adapted to this age. Not 2,500 years ago. None of that. We in a common era. We are in the cosmon, the information era. It's adapted to the information era. Called Cosmon. Salute my brother Daryl Cosmon out there too. This style of introducing the book was so charming, right? That we feared a statement of facts would appear and dispel the cloud of delicious uncertainty that hid the native spot of the newcomer. Even a formal business advertisement seemed derogatory to the sacred mission of a high spiritual teacher. Portions of its contents were printed in the medium, and these extracts proved so magnetic that at once a keen inquiry sprang up for the book. Though offered at a high price of 110 pounds, yet no publication sold so readily. This, to our practical and experienced mind, was in itself a wonderful phenomenon. We would have pushed the sale somewhat had the stock in hand warranted the effort. Hold on, let me go over here. All right. But The sale was so remarkable, that the work seemed to go off without pushing. Dr. Newborough, through whose instrumentality it appears the work was given to the world, in his correspondence made no revelations respecting it. We were frequently asked how it had been produced, but could give no reply. They didn't know, y'all. This 1883. It hadn't even been out a full year, right? So this, they said, we were frequently asked how it had been produced, but could give no reply further than what appears in the editor's preface, as we thought it best not to quote gossip. It was therefore altogether a piece of news when we read the following statement communicated to us by Dr. Newborough a few days ago. This is March 2nd, 1883. So he probably came in February of sometime, 1883. Roughly about 8 months after Owaspy had first been published. It said it was communicated to us by Dr. Newborough a few days ago, and which has also appeared elsewhere. Says the author of Owaspy, right? Since y'all so worried about the author, you don't really care. You just scared that he's white and that he could dupe you, right? But if you read it, you wouldn't have to worry about that. You have observed, no doubt, that in Owaspy, these are the words of John Ballou Newborough. You have observed, no doubt, that in Owaspy, no mention is made of the manner in which the book was written, nor by whom. Well, was it not plain to anybody acquainted with such matters that any statement on my part would have not been believed by persons unacquainted with spiritual manifestations? Ain't it plain to see unspiritual people readily attack the spiritual every day? Ain't it plain to see that the scientifically dumbed down and materialist mind attacks people who are acquainted with spiritual things? Claiming there's some sort of supernatural and yet can't prove it. Prove a supernatural. I bet you it's in nature. And because they can't explain it, it's spooky. And listen, so this is why you get so much pushback. First of all, the majority of the worlds are dunce caps. Let's just be real with it. They're not the smartest people in the world. And that's the majority, right? The highest light has always been within smaller sections and pockets of humanity. Always. Still is today. But that's starting to change now in this era. But even to this day, the majority are in darkness. They have no light whatsoever. Right? So, and if you look at them, they attack us today just like they did JBNN. Same simple attacks. Right? He said, ain't it not plain to anybody who is acquainted with such matters that any statement on my part would not be believed by persons unacquainted with spiritual manifestations? And had I said, listen, Sadiq Ra, you was asking about, did it come from his mind? Did he have prior knowledge? He's saying he did. Once you read Owaspy, you find out that he couldn't have known this information. It's the type of information a man can't know. You would have had to been there, right? And obviously he wasn't. Especially when you're coming back 24,000 years of consecutive history. Well, was it not plain to anybody acquainted that any statement on my part would not be believed by persons unacquainted with spiritual manifestations? We see that today, right? Spooky spiritualists, who deify nature. You dig what I'm talking about? Making idols out of nature. You dig what I'm talking about? Claim they're not religious, but they make idols out of nature, right? They go into a field of Russia somewhere with Osiris, practicing Ma'at. Could get ate by the Ahmed if his hand not. But they don't believe in the spiritual life. Can't get away with that. Spirit will be equated as energy. It's the expression. So you just can't say electricity stops being electricity. It doesn't. It can become potential, but it's still potential electricity. It's still potential light. Spirit is the unseen part of the physical. It's tangible too. Ain't an atom tangible? Yet unseen. This is why the quantum world works the opposite of the physical world. Everything that works with classical physical mechanics stops working when you get to the atomic quantum level. And it does the exact opposite. Why? Because spirit and flesh or corporeal material are opposites. Nonetheless tangible. One is a thing inside of a thing. One gives the other expression or energy. He said, and had I said that I myself wrote it, my own acquaintances, my homeboys, my road dogs, my wife would have known better. Once you read Owaspy, you could see ain't no way in hell this nigga wrote this book. Ain't no way. Had I said that the angels wrote it through my hands, then I would have been denounced as a pretender. Again, if a book have merit, watch what JBN say out his mouth. If a book has merit, right? What matters it as to where or as to who wrote it. If a book has merit, what does it matter who wrote it? And if it has no merit, then certainly it does not matter whence it came. It don't matter where it came from if it don't have no merit. But if a book has merit, what does it matter who wrote it? The time has been when the name of an author, Spinoza, Dewey, right, and others. The time has been when the name Huh? Maxwell, Tesla, Hertz, Einstein. Hmm? The time has been when the name of an author closed his product with some sort of authority. I rejoice, what JBN says. I rejoice that that day is past, that man worship is at an end, and that all books, including Bibles, are perused not as authorities, but as pastimes to lead us nearer and nearer to the everlasting light. And if a man turn out a good book, I accord him little more credit than I would a ripe apple for being on the sunny side of a tree. Huh? What, JBN? Tell him shut up. Huh? Okay, here it go. Oh, they trying to, Drew just wiggling wires. Watch this. If a man, huh? If a man turn out a good book, I accord him little more credit than I would a ripe apple for being on the sunny side of the tree. But I rejoice most of all because our Heavenly Father, through his angels, cooperate Oh yeah, they messing with my stuff now. They messing with my stuff. I'm back, man. If y'all can hear me, man, throw some vortexes in the chat real quick. Let me pull this up real quick. Hold on, let me get back to it.
Come on.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get back to it. All right. Let me make sure everybody can see this. Okay. Okay, hold on, let me go down. All right, here we go. Briefly, then Owaspi was mechanically written through my hands by some other intelligence than my own. Many spiritualists, right, are acquainted with this automatic movement of the hands, independence of one's own volition. Now, if you try to explain that with people who don't have spiritual experience, that is a hard thing to make them wrap their mind around. But for those who are of us who have had spiritual experiences, you dig what I'm talking about? We know this is automatically true. This is super true. You dig what I'm saying? That clairvoyance, clairaudience, mediums, channels, they all know that this is true. That the automatic movements of the hands happen. It even happened in the Bible. A hand materialized out of the air and wrote on the wall. So trying to explain that to a person who doesn't have that type of spiritual insight, a materialist, you dig what I'm talking about, doesn't believe anything he can't hold in his hand, and half of that, he'll even tell you that is in the Matrix. It doesn't actually exist, or is it real? There are thousands and thousands of people who have this quality or this ability. It can also be educated, or rather, the susceptibility to external power can be increased. Right? And this is what many of them get mixed up. They was like, well, if he was possessed, sounds like possession. Well, actually, it sounds like obsession. See, even many of these fake spiritualists and religious ideologies have it wrong. They think possession is spiritual control from a spirit on the inside, right? Which is the opposite of spiritual control from the outside, right? Which they call obsession, but it's actually the other way around. It's obsession is the control of the spirit from the inside. Possession is from the outside. This is why possession is erratic. It's erratic, right? But obsession looks like when a 4-year-old child tells you about ancient Egypt, all the things that it looks like reincarnation, because the spirit on the inside is being dominated, not being the information coming from the outside affecting it. Right? Did I say? Yeah. Obsession from outside. Right. There are thousands and thousands of persons who have this quality. It can be educated, or rather susceptibility to external power can be increased, right? In my own case, I discovered a great many years ago in sitting in circles, right? Which they say is spooky. You dig what I'm saying? But they have no understanding of science, right? The science of spiritualism. It's a science. There's a way to do it, right? Whether you believe in it matters none, right? Your ignorance on the subject won't stop the subject from being objective. Just because you can't see the sun don't mean it ain't one. In my own case, I discovered a great many years ago that sitting in the circles, right, to obtain spiritual manifestations, that my hands could not lie on the table without flying off into these quote unquote tantrums. Often they would write messages left or right, backwards or forward, nor could I control them in any other matter or any other way than by withdrawing from the table. Sometimes the power thus baffled would attack my tongue or my eyes or my ears, and I talked and saw and heard differently from my normal state. Y'all wanted to know what he was thinking and what was going on with him. Ain't no better way than to hear it out the horse's mouth. Then I went to work in earnest to investigate spiritualism. And I investigated over 200 mediums, traveling hundreds and hundreds of miles for this purpose. Often I took them to my own house and experimented with them to my heart's content. I found that nearly all of them were subject to this involuntary movement of the hands or to entrancement. They told me it was angels controlling them. That's what they told him. This is years and years before there was an wasp. In the course of time, about 10 or 15 years, I began to believe in spiritualism. Notice there is no faithism. But I was not satisfied with the communication. So even though all this time he had been messing around with spiritualism and trying to glean some higher understanding from what's going on, he was unsatisfied with the information that he was getting. He said, I was not satisfied with the communications. I was not satisfied with the communications. I was craving. Hold on, let me go back up. I got the zoomies. We got the zoomies. Excuse me, y'all. My dog got the zoomies. He just got a bath. So now he got the zoomies. Okay, all right, okay. Hey, big fella. All right, big fella. I believe you. You smell good now. He said, I was craving for the light of heaven. I did not desire communications from friends or relatives or information about earthly things. Look at his direction. You dig what I'm talking about? Look at what he was looking for. And what he was getting, he said, was not satisfactory to him. Right? Said he ain't want information about earthly things. He ain't need no lottery numbers. Huh? He said, I wish to learn something about the spirit world. What the angels did, how they traveled, and the general plan of the universe. So after a while, I took it into my head that wise and exalted angels would commune better with us if we purified ourselves physically and spiritually. Then I gave up eating flesh and fish, milk and butter. Right? Now, mind you, this is roughly 10 years before no WASP is even written. He goes through a 10-year purification. Right? He says, I gave up eating flesh and fish, milk and butter, and took to rising before day, bathing twice a day, and occupying a small room alone, where I sat every morning, half an hour before sunrise, recounting daily to my Creator my shortcomings and governing myself in thought and deed. In 6 years of training, I reduced myself from 250 pounds down to 180. My rheumatism was all gone, and I had no more headaches. I became limber and sprightly. A new lease of life came to me. Then a new condition of control came upon my hands. Instead of the angels holding my hands as formerly, they held their hands over my head, and they were clothed, talking about their hands, with sufficient materiality for me to see them. So these spirits are dead men and women. They got hands, no wings. They look like men, like all angels have been described as men. But look, just like there are parts of the galaxy or the universe that can and cannot be seen, right? Parts of these angels, specifically their hands held over his head, were clothed with sufficient materiality for me to see them, giving them a density, pulling them back into the third dimension, right? Showing you that spirit is still tangible, although, and it's real, it's physical, right? It's real, it's tangible. Just like energy, it's objective, whether you can see it or not. But to show you that the spirit is still tangible, right? It was sufficient enough for him to see them hold the hands over there, the literal hands, right? And a light fell upon my hands as they lay upon the table. In meantime, I had attained to hear audible angel voices near me. I was directed to get a typewriter, which were brand new at the time. And listen how he explains it, because he knows most people don't know what it is. I was directed to get a typewriter, which writes by keys like a piano. This I did and applied myself industriously to learn it, but with only indifferent success. So he really didn't know how to type. So the fact that he could produce a book as well written in the modern classic English prose, right, without messing up and do it in 50 weeks. I don't know how he did it. His hands would have still had to be moving at an incredible speed, right? His hands had to be going a mile a minute to get a book like Owaspy done in 50 weeks if you only writing 15 to 30 minutes every day. So I'm generally saying by himself, he probably couldn't type 60 words a minute. So how do you complete a book like Owaspy with 1,553 pages in it, text, pictures, all types of stuff, photos, all the hand stuff in 50 weeks? If you not, I mean typing fast. In the meantime, I had attained to hear audible angel voices near me. I was directed to get a typewriter which writes by keys like a piano. He explained it to him because they probably had never seen a typewriter. Right? They just hit in the market in 1881. It's the beginning of 1883. I was directed to this I did. Applied myself industriously to learn it, but with little indifferent success. For 2 years more, the angels propounded to me questions relative to heaven and earth, which no mortal could answer very intelligently, even himself. I always look back on those 2 years as an enigma. Perhaps it was to show me that man is but an ignoramus at best. He is a dunce cap, an idiot at best. Huh? Perhaps it was to show, that man is but an ignoramus at best. We can tell that by the questioning and the fact that Cosmon and the gang, you dig what I'm saying, always coming with something new that they've never heard of before, but we come with the empirical data, facts, figures, and everything and all that, and they just learned about it 2 minutes ago, and they become professionals upon that subject, and now they can even turn around and teach you. So they come with these mealy-mouthed assumptions, right? Proving themselves ignoramuses at best because they're making assertions about a book they haven't read. Huh? Can we hit them with the biggest Hadouken? Huh? Can we get them boys with a dookie? Right? Y'all got to stop that. Right? I was told not to listen. Well, one morning the light struck both my hands on the back and they went for the typewriter for some 15 minutes very vigorously. I was told not to read what was printed. So even after a year of doing this every morning, he never read what he didn't know what was in Owasso. That's his claim. I was told not to read what was printed, and I had worked myself into such a religious fear of losing this new power that I obeyed it reverently. That makes sense. Hinting, it's not proof that he didn't read it, but he gives a good plausible reason as into why he wouldn't. He was scared he'd lose it. He said, I was told not to read what was printed, and I had worked myself into such a religious fear of losing this new power that I obeyed it reverently. The next morning, also, before sunrise, the same power, look what he's saying, he's just calling it a power and all that, came and wrote, or printed rather again, right? See how, they be saying we write a book, we wrote a book, and you know what I mean? Well, it actually got printed. There are no writings of Owasso. None. There are no prior texts that were ever written that Owasso comes from. There is no book with the same point of view in the world as Owasso. And it's not even close. Again, I laid the matter away very religiously, saying little about it to anybody. But one morning, I accidentally, or it seemed accidental to me, looked out of the window and beheld the line of light that rested on my hands extending heavenward like a telegraph wire toward the sky. Over my head were 3 pairs of hands, fully materialized. Behind me stood another angel. So he turning around looking while his hands is going crazy. His hands is still typing. He turning around looking above him and everything, and he's still typing. Over my head were 3 pairs of hands, fully materialized. Behind me stood another angel with her. I didn't notice that. With her hands on my shoulders. So it ain't no just one angel. It's a team. It's 3 over his head. 1 got these hands on his shoulders. He said, look what he said. My looking, because he turning around and looking, did not disturb the scene. My hands kept right on printing. So his hands going a mile a minute while he not even looking. Yeah, I would be a little reverent too. I would probably not read that text too. You dig what I'm talking about? This type of stuff going on. For 50 weeks, this continued every morning, half an hour or so before sunrise, and then it ceased. And I was told to read and publish the Owaspy book. So this is why he doesn't call himself the author, right? Because he didn't write it. He says it's coming from an intelligence that's not his own. It wasn't until after, right? He was told to read after it was produced and then publish the book. The peculiar drawings in Owaspy were made with pencil in the same way. A few of the drawings I was told to copy from other books, such as Saturn and Egyptian ceremonies, etc. But I had no money, for I had previously fulfilled the commandment of giving to the poor all I had, putting my faith in the Father, making myself a servant to him by doing all the good that I could unto others. That's a religion. In fact, I had thrown myself, it said, in fact, I had thrown myself into his keeping to do his will, hoping to render some good that might help to raise the nations into harmonious brotherhoods. So when I was told to publish the book and perceiving it would require several $1,000s to do it, I kept constantly saying to the Creator, I know this is from thee. I know this is from you through your angels. And I have faith that you will provide in due season. Well, one day, listen, this is what he's saying, y'all. He's saying I was broke. I ain't had that money to get that old Owaspy together. He said, but one day, hold on. One day, the postman delivered a small paper box to one of the members of my family, addressed to me. It contained $1,500 in bills with a note for the application to be for publishing the book. So out of nowhere, the postman dropped off a small box with $1,500 in it and a note. First of all, how anybody know he even wrote the book? Right? How anybody know that? He ain't published it yet. So who would know to send him money, right, for a book that he hasn't published or even publicly let anybody know that he finished? Where the money come from? The postman delivered a small paper box to one of the members of my family addressed to me. It contained $1,500 with a note for its application to be for the publishing of the book. How did they know? Watch this. I never learned who sent the money. $1,000 more in bills also were sent to me by an Englishman, a stranger to me. $500 also in bills were sent to me by an errand boy who disappeared before we knew what the box contained. Hold on. Creator do say, I am sufficient for all my creations. Hold on, let me get up out of here. Hold on one second, y'all. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. That's Gully. That's my neighbor. It's my old neighbor.
Okay. She knows that.
Yeah, okay.
Wonder.
Yeah. It's my old neighbor. Hold on one second. Let me get back to this. Okay. How do I? Trying to get back. Hold on one second. Trying to back up out of this thing a minute. Okay. It's not letting me. Hold on one second, y'all. 1 second. Let me stop sharing this real quick. And let me bring it back up. Hold on. Why is this acting like this? Let me see. Okay. He said, and so I knew not from whom it came. Right? He says, $500 also in bills were sent to me by an errand boy who disappeared before we knew what the box contained. And so I knew not from who it came. There thus came in overall $11,000 to me to publish and engrave a book that he told nobody that he needs to put that he need money to publish for. Just came out of nowhere. Yeah. Besides this, a few of my own friends threw in a little afterwards, so that I had in all upward of $14,000 sent to me, enough to publish the first edition and to provide a splendid printing press type and stereotype machinery besides, right? Neither did I ever ask anybody for one single dollar for the publication or engraving. Now, during all the while I have pursued my avocation or dentistry, nor has this matter, nor my diet, vegetables, fruits, and farinaceous food, detracted any from my health or strength. Although I have continued this discipline for upwards of 10 years or more, I am firmly convinced that there are hundreds of mediums who might attain to marvelous development if they would thus train themselves or change their diets. A strict integrity to one's highest light is essential to development. Self-abnegation and purity should be the motto and discipline of everyone capable of angelic communication. Can somebody point to me to something evil yet? Something that's demanding bloodshed or prayer to a God or even prayer to the Creator. Show me where it's demanding it or else. It's a punishment coming. Huh? Self-abnegation and purity should be the motto and discipline of anyone capable of angelic communication. Do you agree? If you agree with that, right? Hit me with a vortex in the chat, but y'all got to show me why that's evil, right? For the non-believers, who you shouldn't believe, for the non-knowers, is it logical or would it make common sense that people who can communicate and have these interactions, right, that self-abnegation and purity be the model, right? If it is that diet is to how clear you can receive the message. How clear you can receive the message is based on diet. This is why the dietary laws, law number 1, right? Or commandment. It's the dietary law. With this in their practice, we might have enough Bibles in a little while to deluge the religious world. Huh? That if you cut a little of that ham sandwich up off your back, you might get some higher light to where you could produce your own Bible. Why not? Shit, one came through him. He ain't had nothing to do with it. He just the conduit, the tool. And shit, if it was so bad for black folks at that time and you couldn't do nothing and you was a slave, well, it was smart for the Creator to give it to this white dude who could just walk into the printing press and give him a couple dollars and go ahead and get the book printed. They wouldn't even care what it wrote in it. Oh, he paying? Oh, yeah, you can get that printed. So niggas come up there, oh, man, let me see that, man. Let me look at this. Oh, you niggas, you... Wait a minute, you're saying you are the indigenous people of America. Kill this nigga. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. So it might have been smart to use the white boy to get it out there. Y'all don't never get a creator credit. You dig what I'm saying? That his plans are far in ahead of man. And God's. He said, they like nothing in my hands. I tighten them up. Huh? They get the rattling, I screw them down. I pluck them, I prune them. How I see fit. That's what the Creator think about God. Huh? God ain't nothing you praise. God is something you become. He said, with this in practice, of a vegetarian diet, right? We might have enough Bibles in a little while to deluge, I mean swallow. The deluge is the great flood to flood the religious world. But since talking of oneself is the greatest damage one can do, his own mediumship, are thus closed, excuse me. Truly yours, John Ballou Newborough. Then followed poverty and the abandonment of all. Oh, hold on. P.S. Let me read that last line one more time. With this in their practice, a diet, a balanced vegetarian herbivorous diet, right? With this in their practice, we might have enough Bibles to, in a little while, to deluge the religious world. But since talking of oneself is the greatest damage one can do to his own mediumship, I thus close. P.S. This is from JBN. Owaspy has gone into the churches, reaching a community that most other spiritual productions cannot enter. The first edition of 3,000 copies is nearly all sold. To the clergy of New York and Brooklyn, we have sold about 150 copies and given away about as many more. JBN, this was New York, January 1883. This statement, this is back to the guy who writing, right, in the journal, spiritualist journal. This statement is really as instructive and valuable as any portion of the book itself, and the facts are recorded in excellent spirit. It would appear that it had no author, in the sense usually attached to that word. There was a typewriting instrument. There was the human instrument to operate thereon. There were the attendant and operating angels, but the real author or authors who and where are they? Let me read that again. There was a type of, it would appear that it had no author, in the sense usually attached to that word. There was a typewriting instrument. Where was the human instrument to operate thereon? There was a human instrument to operate thereon, and there were the attendant and operating angels. But the real author or authors, who and where are they? 1 second, y'all. Be right back. Yeah. All right. Let me get back to it. Why isn't... I think I want to... How can I take it out of this mode? Uh, How do I take it out of this mode? Oh, all right. I can't. Why I can't? Okay. I'm sorry about the way it looked, y'all, but I'll try to highlight it. It was not letting me blow it up like it did before for some reason. All right. It says, this statement is really as instructive and valuable as any portion of the book itself, and the facts are recorded in excellent spirit. It would appear that it had no author in the same usually in the sense usually attached to that word. There was a typewriting instrument. There was the human instrument to operate thereon. There were the attendant and operating angels, but the real author or authors, who and where are they? It is stated on the title page to be in the words of the Creator and his angel ambassadors. And looking at the matter set forth, truly none other could affect to be the authors. And as a rational, thinking man who actively and scientifically hunts for truth, you dig what I'm talking about? And I stand on my morals, right? Stand on, you dig what I'm talking about, being a good person in the end of the day, right? And trying to do my best. I ain't got no reason to lie. I have nothing to gain. But I totally agree that once you read the text, nobody else but the Creator of the universe could tell you the information that's found in Owaski. Ain't no other way. It definitely didn't come from a dentist from Ohio. And to prove that, the dentist say it didn't come from him neither. Right? So as much as we may hate it, there's nothing we can do about it. Right? He say it didn't come from him. His family would have doubled down on it. I read the book. I know no man could know this information. Ain't no damn way. You'd have had to been there when the sun was made to have this information about the sun that Owaski got in it. And everybody say these weird things and all this stuff, but it's not how it's put in the text. They don't actually read it, right? They just talk about it, right? Or they talk about the assumption of it. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not actually real what they're saying, right? The point of view about it ain't real. It's not taken literally, right? Owaski meant to read literally. Like no beating around the bush, no shucking and jiving, it's none of that. You dig what I'm saying? It's none of that. As I think any real spiritual text should be. It shouldn't be playing with the people. Right? I agree. I agree with what they said. The text say that the words come from Jehovah, right? That he the author. Once you read the text, it leans towards that understanding. Right? It leans towards that understanding. Right? I ain't gonna lie to you. In knowledge and in knowing and all that stuff, I'm smarter than JBN. So ain't no way if I can't do it with a supercomputer in my pocket, right? That a dentist from Ohio, right, could in the 1800s. Ain't no way he did this off his own information, right? It's too much to, you would have had to been there. It's impossible. You'd have to been there at the creating of our solar system to explain how Owaski explained it. You'd have to been on the outside looking in as it was created. You dig what I'm saying? So it's different. It's just different. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's just different. But I agree with what he's saying. The words, it is stated on the title page to be in the words of the Creator and his angel ambassadors. And looking at the matter set forth, actually reading the book, right? Trying to comprehend and wrap my mind around it, right? Truly none other could affect to be the authors. Nobody else could have been the authors but the Creator. Once you really get into this stuff, man, it's just lights out, man. It's a knockout. You dig what I'm saying? It is a knockout. Some of this information is utterly astounding. I gotta sit this stuff down sometimes. Like, man, let me think over this a minute. You know what I mean? And this is after years of being in OWASP. I find something every day. I've never not been amazed when I opened it. Sometimes it's a text that I've read over and over and over and over 1,000 times, man, and I read it 1,001 first time and got something totally different out of it that I didn't see. I didn't even look at it that way. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You know what I mean? That didn't mean the other things that I seen and gleaned from the information were not true, but now with, the knowledge allowed me to change my point of view, or it changed my perception. This is why they say knowledge is power, because it makes you lose fear. Fear makes you not move. You gonna run, or you gonna fight? Right? That's what fear do. But fear can stop you. Fear is a great blocker, especially in spiritualism or dealing with anything spiritual. So it's funny that the Lord tells him the beginning of all knowledge begins with fear. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, hey, look, I got to play this jam real quick. I'm going to come right back. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all. Hold on 1 second.
as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored, all from the records of jehovih, the Lord. The earth spins around in a circuit of time. 4 arcs of the seasons, the circle's design. 3,000 years in a cycle complete. Jehovah's angels guiding mortals' feet. First came Sethens, the first God's name. Raised up the brides for Jehovah's flame. Then a shown followed with hosts on high. Harvest in billions beneath the sky. Who leads see for Ivan and more took their turn. Each left a record for mortals to learn. Civilization rose, the cities grew vast. Books, ships, and temples, but none would last. For though they had wisdom, they fell once more. Cycles repeating from shore to shore. 16 cycles, the story unfolds. From light into darkness, as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored. All from the records of jehovih, the Lord. The Ahins walk gentle, a spiritual race. Peace in their dwelling, Jehovah's grace. But the ground men rose with flesh as their crave. Drugs mixed in, and the Ahons were made. Civilizations flourished and faded away. Man fell to beasts in a single day. Generations shortened, disease took hold. Cannibals roam where the prophets told. Neph cried out, the earth is in pain. 30,000 million spirits in chains. Darkness thick and the prayers unheard. Jehovah waited, restraining his word. Cycles of labor, harvest declined. Angels and mortals lost in kind till Jehovah spake from Ethiopian height, calling his chiefs to set the world right. 16 cycles, story unfolds. From light into darkness, as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored. All from the records of jehovah, the Lord. Council assembled in Sanaya's land. Millions of chiefs at Jehovah's hands. 16 redemptions, yet darkness remained. Too prolific the earth, her people profaned. Wagga the stronghold, Druze filled skies. Jehovah decreed the continent dies. Build ships, oh faithful, wherever you stand. For my flood shall cover the face of the land. The plains of Ogi, the temples of Ku. Cities of men swallowed under the blue. Streams of millions, the waters rise. Mortals descending, angels cry. Yet I rescue the lost in Aegean seas. Assign them teachers, bring them peace. The vineyard pruned, the cycles reset. Jehovah's word, remember, don't forget. 16 cycles, story unfolds. From light into darkness, as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored. All from the records of jehovah, the Lord. 16 cycles, story unfolds. From light into darkness, as heaven foretold. God rose and labored, the harvest was stored. All from the records of jehovah, the Lord.
All right, y'all. Let's get right back to it. Right. As I was saying, before I got so rudely interrupted, you dig what I'm saying? Hit me with a vortex in the chat, man. We just gonna keep moving, y'all. My bad. My bad. My bad. Shout out to everybody, man. Amaris Love up in here. Eric Ham, shout out, man. Yo, up in here. Daryl Cosmon, RBG. Salute. Elijah 7 up in here. My brothers up in here. 4 Horsemen up in here. Gang up in here. You dig what I'm talking about? So, but it would be very unfortunate if any dogmas arose out of this question. All truth must appeal to the mind as truth, irrespective of the small facts adjudged of by the external intellect. Apart from this, the experience of Dr. Newborough as a medium introduces considerations of the highest import. His peculiar method of discipline and development seems to stand alone. We are reminded thereby of the earlier operations of Andrew Jackson Davis. Oceans of mediumistic communications have been given, but without that power of truth and grasp of purpose to satisfy to satisfy the desires of the reader. It is not difficult to see that if we would have lofty and spiritual utterances, we must adopt methods of life and action in conformity therewith. So you can't just talk it. You got to talk it and walk it. Huh? Can't be having all this lofty, I'm scientific. You don't do any science at all. It's the same thing. It's the same charlatan move. It's trickery. It's a 3-card money. I am the only imperialist, but I don't have to be imperial. You see? But I demand everybody else's. Oh, I'll kill you. It is not difficult to see that if we would have lofty and spiritual utterances, we must adopt methods of life and action in conformity therewith. But who has the moral heroism equal to the task? Who can submit to the privations necessary to be the instrument for pure and elevated spirit teachings? To thus revolutionize the diet would be as great a punishment to most of us as to be subjected to the fabled tortures of a place unnameable. But the stomach, the eliminative appetite, was not the only nook that required clearing out. The whole moral nature had to be subjected to the searching vessel of the spirit and purged from its alien occupants. This, no doubt, is the most severe of all experiences, even more telling on the courage than the racking pains of disease, for it has to be sought voluntarily, whereas disease comes unmasked or unasked. Then there was the early morning discipline, the factory's operative dreaded 6 o'clock bell, but in summer rung at a much earlier hour, like the early rising feathered songsters. The Owaspian instrument had to herald a rising sun with the completion of his spiritual task for that day. Then followed poverty and abandonment of all, and yet with a stupendous task to perform requiring a large sum of money that came in a manner itself phenomenal. We know something of these providential supplies of means during 15 years of spiritual publishing work without capital to work with. These last few years, our little has all our little has our little all has been taken, and yet the work has gone on more vigorously than ever. But we have had to make our wants known in order to secure supplies. Dr. Newborough had his come to him in overflowing abundance, unasked for. Didn't nobody even know there was a book to be written? Huh? People get money just came out of nowhere. He never asked anybody for it. Dr. Newborough had his come to him with overflowing abundance, unasked for. This is no doubt due to the fact that he worked on a much higher spiritual plane than we have as yet to been able to assume. His discipline has been of a more spiritual kind, his production of a much higher order of merit, and hence he had greater claim upon the beneficent and all-powerful agencies that control the operations of earth life. These experiences are indeed a lesson to us all. And if we would cast self-conceit aside and observe that all our shortcomings and difficulties are due to our own spiritual puerility, it would surely prove an incentive to a higher order of life. Yet, who knows? But the lower instrument, in its grossness and shadow, performs a rough and painful task for which the more spiritual and lofty man would be utterly unfitted. It would indeed be great injustice for heaven to appoint its more elevated and honorable children to the life of ignominy, toil, and privation that has been our lot these years past. These contrasts and considerations are useful to the spirit, and we thank Dr. Newborough. Hush up. Move. 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 Come on. Listen. All that barking. He ain't do nothing. These contrasts and considerations are useful to the spirit, and we thank Dr. Newborough for having made his experience known. On the present occasion, it is not intended to give an account of Owaspy. On the present occasion, it is not intended to give an account of Owaspy, but simply speak of the method of its production. It is at once apparent that that method is eminently spiritualistic. Undeniably, Owaspy is a product of modern spiritualism. The mind that was used in its production had been a patient and successful investigator of the phenomena, of which he ultimately became convinced. His method of investigation was also such as to be commended to others as the best means of getting at the knowledge of the subject. Then he proved to be a medium of that phenomenal kind peculiar to his modern movement. His organs were subject to control other than that of his own volition. His further experience is valuable testimony as to the best means of attaining a higher development in mediumship. In addition to dieting and moral discipline, he sat alone, not in the circle. Huh? He didn't sit in the circles. He sat alone when he got a watch. He wasn't convinced with the circles. Remember? He said at the seances, he said that that information was low. He wanted something high. He didn't want nothing about the earth. So sitting in them circles wasn't getting it. So he started sitting by himself. He sat alone, not in the circle. In the condition, he was controlled by the angel world, and in the production of Owaspy. In the production of Owaspy was the result. Of course, these facts alone would not commend the work. Of course, these facts would not alone commend the work to the consideration of spiritualists apart from its intrinsic merits, which means we don't give a damn how it came. We don't care if JBN said it came through a baby stork, flew through his window and dropped it off. It landed in the crib like a meteor, or that he said he got it not from his own volition or on his own mind, from a spiritual source, an angelic spiritual source. We don't give a damn if what he's saying ain't matching up with reality. If it doesn't have its own intrinsic merits, we don't give a damn about JBN. That's the homie. You dig what I'm talking about? But if he was just talking some trash or something, man, we wouldn't be, you know what I mean? And we ain't even putting on for the homie, but you dig what I'm saying? We also ain't putting no paint where it ain't. We like y'all is, like most people do. Huh? You come at it from an ignorant position, you win a stupid prize when you get punched on. Right? Owaspy has intrinsic merits. We don't care where it came from. It could have come from a mutant ninja turtle. Literally. Man, shout out to the turtle gang, you dig what I'm talking about. Shout out to the boys, you dig what I'm saying. But at the same time, it could have came from a real mutant turtle. A big rat in the sewer said this came from Jehovah, and once we read it and had intrinsic merits, we stopped caring. Because he didn't give you, it just came through him to you. He didn't make it neither. Neither did JBN. He had to read it just like you did. That's what they missing. If it came out of his mind, right? Why did he ever have to read it? Right? If he made all of it up, right? And typed it out on a brand new invention called a typewriter. Mind you, it didn't even have a QWERTY board yet. You know, the QWERTY, QWER. Yeah, that wasn't even invented yet. Right? So he did all this typing in 50 weeks. 15 minutes every morning. It's crazy. Huh? Of course, these facts would not alone commend the work to the consideration of the spiritualists apart from its intrinsic merits. Right? We don't care where it came from if it don't got no merit. At the same time, it is undeniable that these facts, taken in conjunction with the high merits of the book, give Owaspy the strongest possible claims on the suffrages of the spiritualists. You know who many of them spiritualists are called? They're called today Israelites. You know what many of them are called? In America, they are called Algonquins, indigenous Americans. You know what they call anciently? In India, they are the Vrishvedi or the Vedic. What do you call these people of like these spiritualists? Who went through these suffrages, who none of them ever warred. So, no, Owaspi is not saying we are the people of the Bible. We not the people of the Bible. We exactly the opposite. You want to show a faithist, show the opposite of a Jew from the Bible. Right? Whatever they did, the real Israelites did the opposite. If the Jewish people spoke Hebrew, the real Israelites didn't. And they didn't. They spoke Aramaic. The Jews went into captivity. The Israelites didn't. Jews had a king. Israelites didn't. Everything is opposite. Jews went to war. Israelites didn't. Jews had a book. Israelites didn't. Jews praised the God. Israelites didn't. Jews praised the Lord. Israelites didn't. The Jews went east. The Israelites didn't. At the same time, it is undeniable. What? I ain't saying this. This is people who didn't read the book in 1883. I don't know. Somehow we coming to the same conclusions, right? Over 140 plus years later. At the same time, it is undeniable that these facts, taken in conjunction with the high merits of the book, give Owaspi the strongest possible claims on the suffrage of the spiritualists. What do you call a spiritualist, a praiser of the Great Spirit in China? Ancient. Before there was a China. What do you call it? How much you want to bet it equates to the same word as Vrishvedi or Vedic? It equates to the same word as Israel. It equates to the same word as Egoquim or Algonquin. They are the Hotiyin. They didn't war. It is a magnum, talking about Owaspi, it is a magnum opus of mediumship, of channeling. And as a body of spiritual teaching, it is declared by competent judges to stand unrivaled. And as a body of spiritual teaching, it is declared by competent judges. Salute to the creator gang, man. Gang or don't bang, man. By the way, gang is an acronym. You know, we is in the hip hop era. You dig what I'm saying? It's a little balance in this thing. It's a little up with this down. A little spiritual with this physicality. Gang is an acronym. It stands for gods and Nirvanian goddesses. And the Nirvanians are higher than the gods. So salute to the sisters. That's why they catch on so fast. Owaspi, it is the magnum opus. On the bee's knees, the best thing since sliced bread of mediumship. I would second that. Listen, Owaspi out of control. If y'all ain't read it, man, listen, you gotta read it just because it's something different. But if you, I'm gonna just advise you, if you have melanin, a little bit, you got a little extra little brown tone on your skin somewhere, maybe a little kink and curl in the back. You dig what I'm talking about? You might want to read Owaspi. You might want to get this. Huh? As a body of spiritual teaching, it is declared by competent judges to stand unrivaled in the presence of the world's entire literature of ancient and modern times. I told y'all, it is a miracle. It's astounding. It is the most astounding text I've ever read in the English language. I ain't seen nothing even close. And this from somebody who been there, done that. Most of y'all busters to me. Really. Ain't never been nowhere, ain't never did nothing. Ain't kicked no sand at the beach, ain't busted a grape at a fruit fight. Huh? Wouldn't kick sand at a beach party. Right? So I don't respect you in that way, no way. Right? So all the street stuff is out the door. But being real. Huh? Being real. Having spiritual acumen, the ability to discern. Y'all don't got that. So just because you brown, don't mean I should listen to you. Just because you of my culture, don't mean you right. But what we know for sure, because we done read it, is that nothing can touch Owaspi right now. Not now. Huh? I don't unless Faith has come up with another Owaspi in the next 50 to 100 years. I don't see nothing even coming close to it. In 100 years, I couldn't imagine all the sciences that's about to be sprung up off of this. Huh? I can't imagine. Huh? When it comes to a body of spiritual teaching, it is declared by competent judges to stand unrivaled in the presence of the world's entire literature of ancient and modern times. Nothing holds a candle to Owaspi. How I know? Because I read it. And if you do it, if you read it, you're going to find out. That it's putting BTA on everything. Such being the case, it should be one of the chief duties of spiritualists to possess this book, to read it and promote a knowledge of it amongst mankind in general. Now, this is from random people way in London, right? Who read this book, right? And this is from the book, The Hidden Prophet, right? This is the biography of John Baloo Newberg, huh? Written by my friend. I honestly am proud to say this. Really a faithist institution of information. You dig what I'm saying? My friend, Dr. Susan B. Martinez, huh? A faithist, all of her own, and scholar and master researcher, linguist, amongst other things. Right. This is the biography of JBN. One of the most, we're going to get into it, right? We're going to get into it. There's one word I want to show y'all that she uses, but it's not in Owaski, but she uses it in her prose, in her in the book. And it's amanuensis. Amanuensis, which means a scribe, one who takes dictation or copies a manuscript. Applied here to the person who receives automatic writing to the spirit world. Amanuensis, right? When you see AK mean after Cosmon, counting years forward from 1848, which is the beginning of the Cosmon era. So when you see BK, that means before Cosmon, counting back years from 1848, right? So you can't never tell that you're in the right time if you start in the wrong time, right? So wouldn't matter if all the math in between was correct. The back is wrong. All the math is all correct, but where you started is wrong, but where you end is going to be wrong, right? Let's get into some of this information real quick. Okay. Let's read the introduction, right? This is the man who terrifies God and baffles science. This is a man, y'all. And they are utterly afraid of this dude. Huh? Because they believe he wrote this book, they are terrified to read it. This is why a wasp be stomp around here like a boogeyman. This is why they can't do shows without us. Huh? Even when we ain't around, we get brought up in the conversation. Huh? Why is that? Because we the elephant in the room. They're trying to ignore it. They're trying to ignore it. Huh? We shining so bright. You can't. Huh? This is the introduction to the biography of John Baloo Newborough. In the lapse of time, I provide seers and prophets through whom I can reveal to mortals the things of heaven. This is from the Lord's fourth book, chapter 1, verse 22. The question is asked, was he a prophet? A faithist recently wrote to an OSPI message board online. Or did Newborough make a conscious effort to write a holy book? His style. That was basically the question my brother Sadiq Ra was asking, right? Now we've been going into heard it from the horse's mouth how he did it, that it wasn't a conscious effort. It was not done by his own volition, nor did the information or the words come from his own mind. That's what he states. We got to ask the question. If a waspy is all that, why didn't he take it? It's like Prince not taking credit for Purple Rain. It's like Michael Jackson not taking credit for Do You Remember the Times or Beat It or Thriller. Huh? get credit for it if he did it. Because like he reveals, he didn't do it. I understand that your belief in cognitive dissonance will not let you come to that realization that it just is what it is. You can't fathom it because you can't fathom the information because you can't see yourself actually reading the book. You know you're not intelligent enough to actually read it. You know that. That's why you're scared. I just be pointing out that fact and that y'all don't like that. You're actually scared. And then you got to, and then you think, anyway, that when you come over here, because you're going to drag your sorry ass over here one day, that Cosmon going to be like, see, I told you. And I ain't even like that. But yo, you coming. Ain't no fact. That's a fact. I don't. The way you going, you gonna learn. Stay on the path you on. All right. I'll be picking you out of a hell knot. Was he a prophet of faith this recently wrote to an OSP message board online? Or did Newborough make a conscious effort to write a holy book his style? Like I was saying, my brother Sadiq Rod asked that, and it's a logical question. You got to read it yourself to prove that no man could. Says, can't wait to dig in deeper. Yes. What do you really know about this seer, this adept, Dr. Newborough? He spoke several languages, fluent in Latin, Greek, Spanish, German, and possibly French. He was a physician and dentist and inveterate traveler. He authored a number of books, lectured on both sides of the Atlantic, was a humanitarian and social reformer, political critic, psychic researcher, specialist in comparative religion, and from the testimony of those who knew him, a man of exceptional moral character, the most honest, quote unquote, the most honest and fearless of men. He was greatly loved by those who espoused the work. Nelson Standard, a man without wiles, a man without wiles, or a man without no schmut on his name. Though the world be incredulous of such a being. So he was a good guy. And you know what the world does to all good guys. Chew them up, spit them out. Especially if you in your own country. Huh? Don't that sound like somebody you praised at one time? They reviled him in his own country. A man without wiles, though the world be incredulous of such a being. Nevertheless, if he thought persons vulgarly curious, he would freeze them with his bearing. So, just sitting there, being himself. He swell up so big, you already knew you was cutting up. If he thought persons vulgarly curious, he would freeze them with his bearing. His manner was quiet and polished. The only time Frances, his second wife, saw him angry, the single time, was when a man called him a liar. We got to speak to the type of man he was. You dig what I'm saying? Everybody believes that this matters. Not if he was pure or not. Huh? Not if he had, but his beliefs, right? Not if he was morally astute and intelligent. Not if only it was a real one, right? Shit, the only time his wife seen him get mad was when a man called him a liar. Said, let us learn to live well and without money. It's from Newburgh. He possessed a generous spirit, placing small value on the accumulation of money given to those who were in need freely, doing well whatever he did and planning on a large scale. This is from Jim Denon. Tall and imposing, at 6'4", he moved slowly. His presence was commanding, his figure perfectly proportioned, thoroughly distinct in appearance from crown to heel. According to one journalist. I wonder what was thoroughly distinct about it. According to one journalist at Shalom Colony, chapter 6, the local Mexicans called him El Dios Gigante, the giant of God. Huh? Yeah, this sounds like that the Mexicans recognized him, that he was of God. The giant of God. This don't sound like no worn, maniacal, religious preacher. Huh? They call him El Dios Gigante. The giant of God. Frankly, John was extremely handsome, a saintly face, quote, well educated, dignified, and cultured. He was capable, without trying, of wielding a powerful influence over persons with whom he came in contact. Even his enemies were charmed by him. Huh? Sound like the Four Horsemen. They hate the lovers, right? But they love us anyway. Huh? His hazel eyes were clear and compelling, his forehead broad, his features pleasantly chiseled. His voice was deep, gentle, almost mesmeric. He laughed softly and had no airs about him. Yet, this unassuming man possessed most remarkable powers in the direction of inspiration and clairvoyance. He was a religious leader and mystic of the international renown, making it his practice to sit alone, meaning he took his mediumistic training alone, not in a circle, as was customary in his day. In this condition, he was controlled by the angel world, according to his publicist in England, James Burns, who regarded the production of Owaspy by Newborough as the magnum opus of mediumship. We just read that. And that was from 1883. Right? And my record shall be the standard for mortals and angels for thousands of years to come. Other books and other words will be written and spoken, and they shall pass. Huh? But Owaspy gonna stand tall. Newborough's superpowers were impressive enough. Automatic writing, traveling clairvoyance, clairaudience, mind reading, control painting, hyperpraxia or supernatural strength, trance visions, reading sealed papers. So he's reading books without. PK, he moved objects with his mental power. As an adept, he did not ask spirit about himself, but how he could do more good for other people. An adept, according to Newborough, asks where there is some sick one. Asks where there is someone sick that he can go and heal him. Someone destitute who has nothing to eat. how he can further purify himself. And the spirits come and sit down by him and talk with him face to face. Huh? Those in the Bible shouldn't have no problem with this. Was okay, if this is witchcraft, was Abraham doing witchcraft when the Lord spoke to him face to face? Was Moses doing witchcraft when he spoke to him face to face? Was Jacob doing witchcraft when he beat him up? And Jesus had to change, and the Lord had to change his name to hide that black eye. You did what I'm talking about now. You ain't gonna never tell nobody you whooped me like this. No, your name is Israel from now on. So when they say Jacob, they ain't even gonna know who they was talking about. It was you. As an adept, he did not. It says, talk with him face to face, right? Shouldn't be no problem with any other text. All the God said he talked to me in face to face. That's a problem, and y'all don't know that because angels, aka gods, are not the creator. They're something less, but really no more than what you will be in time to come. Let that sink in a second. Let that sink in a second. This he follows up from day to day. But when a person is named as being sick or destitute, he goes at once and fulfills his part. His prophets have his Lord's good grace, or the Creator's good grace. They can hear his voice and interpret it. This is from the Lord's first book, 3 and 9. Newborough was remarkably suis. Suis is clairvoyant and clairaudient, right? The ability to hear and see things outside of the visible light spectrum. One time, while he was in New Orleans and his wife and daughter were back in New Mexico, he wrote, "You cut the baby's hair today. I'm glad. That baby, Judith Justine Jones, her long, tangly hair had become a nuisance, and she had been begging her mother to cut it. JB, we know, frequently slipped into the alpha or meditative state, often prophetically, seeing, quote unquote, seeing scenes of the future in an altered state of consciousness. Dr. Newborough, as Jim Denon observed, had wonderful visions. His spirit could leave his body and travel in the spirit world. He was shown the destruction of cities and foretold the dreadful time that is coming. The overshadowing typed the manuscript through his hands. This is from the Elois, right? Shout out to the Elois. You dig what I'm talking about? They're doing great work today. You dig what I'm saying? Many of you are reading Elois version Bibles. You dig what I'm saying? And you're reading also the Radiance books. You dig what I'm talking about? Radiance is a dope book too. I've done some shows on it, especially the one with Osiris in it. Oh yes, that Osiris. Yeah, the false one that built the pyramid. Yep. Him. He's sick about it right now. But go ahead and read the Book of Radiance. I think it's page 1107, or it might be 1607. But to Nelson's standard, right? It said it is not remarkable that the most extensive example of automatic writing on record produced the least known Bible in the world. It is not remarkable that the most extensive example of automatic writing on record produced the least known Bible in the world. To Nelson's standard, Owaspy was the greatest book that has ever been given to the world. I second that. Providing us the secret of the past and a guide to the present. Answering also, if I may expand, to the dead ends of our sciences, psychology, cosmogony, climatology, ethnology, archaeology, astronomy, and zoology. Owaspy covers all that, y'all. Wing Anderson's summary of this extraordinary book points points the reader to its detailed teachings regarding the Creator and his relation to man and the universe, the history of the earth and its heavens for the past 24,000 years, and principles of cosmogony, evolutionary conceptions of physics, and the nature of the angelic worlds and their relation to the earth, the origin of man and his path upwards, the principles of enlightened morality, the lost keys to all the different religions, the civilization which will supersede that which in we are at present living. And WASP does cover all that. Its blurb online has also appeared thus: Owaspy, a 900-page spiritualist book, and that's actually not true. It's about almost 1,600 pages, but that's the version they got. Owaspy is a 900-page spiritualist book, a cosmic Bible, including comprehensive depictions of the spirit realms, and perhaps the most definitive work on angelology ever produced, right? Setting forth a new Genesis without evolution, a completely fresh cosmology, and a remarkable cosmogony, and a remarkable sequence of the prophets or lawgivers and sacred tribes, bathers, to rival any history of its kind in the world. Its constant theme is the link between morality and morality, penetrating the heart of man's mysterious kinship with infinity. Right? 1 second, y'all.
You bring them. Yeah. Listen. You bring them, we raise them. Watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turn sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. You bring them, raise them. Watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turn sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. Some show up heavy with the weight of old religion. Unanswered questions survived every decision. Eye full of doubt from a life of division. Quiet rooms open up a wider precision. Books hit tables, pages turn slow in the evening. Truth in the footnotes give the curious a reason. Old thoughts shaking while the rigid start leaving. Fresh light rising with the calm and new season. Circle stays humble, energy feels ancient. Lines from OISP spark a deep awakening. Concepts expanding past the limits of patience. Cosmic perspective reshaping arrangements. Observers take notice when the fog start breaking. Seeds of awareness grow roots like Jamaicans. Lessons planting food where the soul was aching. Creating game, watching every spirit awake. And we raise them, watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turn sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. You bring a raise them, watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turn sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. Sealer drops the paths in the unseen skies. Cloud kicker dropping gems showing truth is lies. Malachi Maccabee decoding the signs. Daryl Cosman applies the words to real lives. No loud temples, just the patience of real study. Scrolls on the table when the truth get ugly. Questions welcome, the search path get muddy. Quiet understanding replacing the hut. And faith is gathering warms where the candlelight fills. Notes in the margins grow thicker from quills. Every edifying discussion giving you chills. Ancient revelations sharpening the skills. Many coming down but the lines stay open. Words of Jehovih slowly start to mold and hidden meanings rise while the secrets unfolding. Higher states of it can leave man in the know. We raise them, watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turn sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the lows. Hey, yeah, you bring them, bring them. Months go by and the difference is clear. Eyes once cloudy, now reflect like mirrors. Moves once heavy, now exuberate cheer. And old religions die as they shed a near fear. Conscious levels climbing higher through practice. Daily study and service become spiritual habit. Lections move quiet, but the change is dramatic. Souls realigning with Jehovah like a magnet. Neighbors start noticing something different. Calm conversations replacing no distance. Peace in the posture, confidence and insistence. Light in the speech with deliberate persistence. So when new seekers arrive with their questions, create a gang ready with patient direction. 4 horsemen guide in the path of ascension. Every raised mind becomes liver reflection. We raise them, watch the mind glow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. The study turns sparks into spiritual brooks. Be the gang lifting souls up out of the low. You bring them. You bring them. Yeah. Listen. You bring them, we raise them. Watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turns sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. You bring them, raise them. Watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turns sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. Some show up heavy with the weight of old religion. Unanswered questions survived every decision. Eye full of doubt from a life of division. Quiet rooms open up a wider precision. Books hit tables, pages turn slow in the evening. Truth in the footnotes give the curious a reason. Old thoughts shaking while the rigid start leaving. Fresh light rising with the calm and new season. Circle stays humble, energy feels ancient. Lines from OISP spark a deep awakening. Concepts expanding past the limits of patience. Cosmic perspective reshaping arrangements. Observers take notice when the fog start breaking. Seeds of awareness grow roots like Jamaicans. Lessons planting food where the soul was aching. Creating game, watching every spirit awaken. And we raise them, watch the mind blow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turns sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. You bring a raise them, watch the mind glow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turns sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the low. Sealer drops the paths in the unseen skies. Cloud kicker dropping gems, showing truth is lies. Malachi Maccabee be decoding the signs. Daryl Cosman applies the words to real lives. No loud temples, just the patience of real study. Scrolls on the table when the truth get ugly. Questions welcome, the search path get muddy. Quiet, understanding, replacing the hut. And faith is gathering warms where the candlelight fills. Notes in the margins grow thicker from quills. Every edifying discussion giving you chills. Ancient revelations sharpening the skills. Many coming down, but the lines stay open. Words of Jehovah slowly start to mold, and hidden meanings rise while the secrets unfold. In higher states of fake and leave man in the know. We raise them, watch the mind glow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turns sparks into spiritual growth. Create a gang lifting souls up out of the lows. Hey, yeah, you bring them, bring them. Months go by and the difference is clear. Eyes once cloudy, now reflect like mirrors. Moves once heavy, now exuberate cheer. And old religions die as they shed a near fear. Conscious levels climbing higher through practice. Daily study and service become spiritual habit. Lections move quiet, but the change is dramatic. Souls realigning with Jehovah like a magnet. Neighbors start noticing something different. Calm conversations replacing no distance. Peace in the posture, confidence and insistence. Light in the speech with deliberate persistence. So when new seekers arrive with their questions, create a gang ready with patient direction. 4 horsemen guide in the path of ascension. Every raised mind becomes liver reflection. We raise them, watch the mind glow. 4 horsemen give sight, lead the blind back home. Study turns sparks into spiritual growth. Be the gang lifting souls up out of the low. You bring them.
All right. 1 second, y'all. All right, my bad, y'all. Had to get some stuff together real quick. You dig what I'm saying? But let me blow this up. All right. Well, let's get back into this. Let me just start right here. Owaspy is a 900-page spiritualist book, a cosmic Bible, including comprehensive, which means encompassing all depictions of spirit realms and perhaps the most definitive work on angelology ever produced, setting forth a new Genesis without evolution, a completely fresh cosmology, and a remarkable sequence of prophets or lawgivers and sacred tribes, faithists, to rival any history of its kind in the world. Its constant theme is the link between morality and immorality, mortality and immortality, penetrating, to the heart of man's mysterious kinship with infinity. After its first printing in 1882, reviews declared from Professor A. Heinemann, all religions in the world are comprehended in Owaspy. From Professor Tam Ward, Owaspy is the book of the age and marks a new era in the transitory progression of man. Professor H. Passe, he says, this is the book Owaspy, which was prophesied of old would come. For most reviewers, the importance of Owaspy seems so vast as to defy description. Its main points may be said to encompass spiritology, creatology, which is the important difference between creator and God, right? Grades of man, which are 1 through 99, based on selfishness and unselfishness, knowledge of Druidian or demonic influences in our lives, a new science, a new science, inspiration, and records of the race, doings of the gods, but most of all, a new/old religion based on practice only. So if you're gonna call, a thing built on works and not words, religion, well, all right. But religion as into adherence to the work, right? Based on what? Practice only, not words or praise, right? Behold, I have separated the wheat from the chaff. I have divided the sheep from the goats. Those that serve me in practice of my kingdom shall become the chief people in all the world. The day of preaching and profession is at an end. I will have practice only. Newborough himself never ceased to teach this doctrine. Practice only. That's what we teach. Practice only. The untainted gem of good works. Looking around, John Newborough could not help but remark that even the spiritualists have not built one orphan asylum, or old ladies' home, nor any very good or great educational institutions. He sought good works, charitable or educational. I believe all other organizations will come to naught or nothing. An army of peace, riding under the heading of creeds. He declared that a man has to do it, his beliefs, or etc., by behavior, You got to show your beliefs by your behavior. Works rather than spoken words come from the all highest. On the matter of well-meaning progressive societies, good intentions, and wannabes who are very liberal in advice. They quick to give you some advice. Good speeches, holding meetings, passing resolutions, votes and thanks to one another, high opinions as to what ought to be done. They are a bundle of straw. It might be better, though, if they would raise 1,000 children in a year in a colony. Huh? Shout out to the Minister of Wellness. We're raising up 2,000. In an army of peace, maybe they will learn by and by. Man begins to see that a new religion is needed in the world, not preaching religion, but a practicing religion. Recognizing the word of God better in the good works done to others and turning away from the mere words that come out of a man's mouth. Give me your works. Let me see what you are doing to help the helpless. Get down out of that pulpit. Good books are often built. They are added to over the years, each with successive edition. This is from Kenneth Hewitt. Dr. John Baloo Newborough, through whose hands Owaspy quietly came into the world in 1881, left no memoirs or autobiography, although as a poet, novelist, editor, political theorist, and travel writer, he left behind a facsimile of his own beliefs, experiences, and character. It has not been to reconstruct the life of Newborough. The present biography is neither infallible nor by any means complete. I'm sure there are letters and other pertinent papers buried in dusty archives across the country. There are documents, photographs, private correspondences, etc., that Faithists and others have been reluctant to release. There is material the author has been unable to access. With the limited sources at hand, there was perforce much reading between the lines. I can only hope that this book will flush out future researchers and more willing contributions, input from other Faithists, filling in the missing links in Newborough's extraordinary life and career. This edition, moreover, shies away from extended discussions of potentially fractious issues. Newborough's attitude toward women, for one, influence of his personality on the contents of Owaspy, for another, squabbling differences between the 1882 and 1881 editions of Owaspy, calendar issues, and such like, attacks against Faithists and Owaspy, details of Shalom Colony and subsequent Faithist lodges. For me, these are all off topic. One pointedly have I restricted myself to a John Baloo Newborough bio, punte in parte. There is properly no history, only biography. This is from Ralph Waldo Emerson. It has also amazed me that Newborough's life is so poorly documented. The absence of a biography covering the life and times of Dr. Newborough represents one of the most glaring lacunae in the body of modern spiritualism. That he doesn't have one is a glaring hole in the body of modern spiritualism in general and faithism in particular, on a par with the greatest seers of all time. Listen to me, on par with the greatest seers of all time. Dr. Newborough surpassed the best of them by becoming the human instrument, the chosen scrivener of an incomparable Owaspy Bible. He was, as Jim Denon saw fit to say, perhaps the most marvelous instrument in the hands of the Almighty for the transmission of spiritual intelligence the world has yet known. Perhaps the most marvelous instrument in the hands of the Almighty for the transmission of spiritual intelligence the world has yet known. The story of Newborough's 10-year preparation for the task at hand, his clairvoyant youth, and the peculiar powers that led up to the manunusis in 1881. His methods of discipline and self-purification, his humanitarian works, which were legion. This man, they trying to make this dude out to be this Hitler, or you know what I mean, a Pol Pot, or a Prince Frederick, or just a murderer, right? But they talk about his discipline, his self-purification, his humanitarian works, which were legion. That means he had many. Right? I know most of the people try to make him out just to be a regular white man in the 1800s. He was a slave master, Cosmon. He had to be. He white. You see the prejudging? See what I'm saying? His methods of discipline, self-purification, his humanitarian works were legion. His thoughts and frustrations, especially seen in the Bates letters in chapter 5, all bring to the fore the makings of a prophet in modern garment, if there is such a thing. They asked the question, was he a prophet? The age in which we live has not produced a prophet and is not destined to do so. Rather, it is the age for man to think for himself. The Eloists, a faithless brotherhood, certainly dismisses the idea of John Ballou Newborough as a quote-unquote prophet. The production of Owaspi was placed in his hands, this is what they're saying, not because he was high-raised prophet or saint, but because he was very talented and highly developed medium in the right place at the opportune moment. Fine. But are we forgetting that Newborough was as close to a prophet, as close to enlightened, as the age could produce? That's a question. Mouthpiece of the gods, visionary of a new world, fearless truth sayer. This is as good as it gets. What's more, I imagine Dr. Newborough was at least grade 90 out of 99. People like Brahma was only 95. He would have been higher. He would have had a higher spiritual acumen than Moses. A higher spiritual acumen is Abraham, Iwata, Poe, Chinese, Kapili, Sakaya, who they misnomer and erroneously call Buddha. Right? 90 is super out of control. He was very unselfish and self-sacrificing, says Nielsen Standard. What more do we want? I marvel also at the lavish fund of information and gracious help from compeers that most biographers of great men have had at their disposal. Not so with Newborough. Owaspie readers since his time, it seems, have been so preoccupied with keeping the Bible itself in print that a proper biography of Amunensis himself seemed an afterthought, or JBN himself seemed an afterthought, a luxury too extravagant for the poor, disorganized, non-affiliate faithists of the 20th, 21st century. But such a beautiful and remarkable life as Newborough lived must be told. Though one struggles against rebuff of various kinds, I must say it is thanks to Dr. Glenn Kindle of the FSHF, Faith Society for Humane Fellowship, that we have a start. If not for Brother Glenn and his deep kinship with the Creator, you would not be holding this book. Newborough came of age in a time known as the Victorian era. Obsessed as it was with bourgeois respectability, yet it was also an age of adventure, circumscribing the globe, occupying its wilderness, a time of discovery, challenge, and invention. The era was rife with progress and pressing on: the Industrial Revolution, new scientific frontiers, religious reform, general restlessness, the emergence of poetry, the railway age, the contest over slavery, the growth of cities, the death of aristocracy and monarchism, which nonetheless survived in the leisure class, the fading of a picturesque world of charm. Paint these scenes with stagecoach and steamboat, horseflesh and handbills, burgoo and bustles, governess and gaslight, laudanum and land office, daguerreotype and dime novels. The 19th century, this restless, nervous, bustling, trivial 19th century. That's from Thoreau. Of the war between the states, with no less than 630,000 lives taken by that devastating conflict, seance rooms were chock full of grieving relatives and converts, tens of thousands to the new spiritualism. And after Cosmon I, or in 1849, more than a dozen years before, on March 31st, 1848, or the Faith is Holy Veil Day, the sensation of the Rochester Rapids burst on the scene. I think she said a dozen. She wrote down more than a dozen years. I think she meant a dozen months before. On March 31st, 1848, the sensation of the Rochester Rapids burst on the scene, catapulting the spirit world and the Fox sisters to international fame and everlasting notoriety. The great age of spiritualism, whose birth is 1848, corresponds to the opening of the Cosmon era and circumscription of the globe, seemed to mark America as the land of destiny, where the final frontier, the human psyche, the soul part, would be penetrated and mastered. Pause. It was beginning of the age of the new age, and in its birth year, John himself was becoming of age. So in 1849, John Ballou Newborough was turning 21 years old. Bold, spontaneous, contagious was this new spiritual craze that took the Victorian age by storm, proclaiming immortality of the soul and livingness in the world beyond. From 1848 on, the lifting of the veil between the two worlds occasioned the most dynamic grassroots movement ever known to man. It drew into itself many disparate strands of belief: Swedenborgianism, Mesmerists, Laudentarians, deists, Fourierists or socialists, magnetic workers, poets and artists, educators and laborers, theosophists, transcendentalists, universalists, faith healers, all coming together under the great new renaissance of spirit. The newly manifested powers of spirit and 9-day wonder of Seance Room attracted the likes of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, William Cullen Bryant, Mary Baker Eddy, Thomas Edison, William James, Marion Abraham Lincoln, Garibaldi and Manzini's, English Prime Ministers Melbourne, Gladstone, Anne Balfour, Horace Greeley, James Russell Lowell, Madame Curie, William Lloyd Garrison, Victor Hugo, Alfred Lord Tennyson, Emily Bronte, William Thackeray, Robert Schumann, William Butler Yeats, George Bancroft, Lewis Carroll, Napoleon III and Queen Victoria, Harriet Beecher Stowe, John Ruskin, Tolstoy, Anne Twain, Arthur Conan Doyle, and Cornelius Vanderbilt, etc. The real pioneers, though, the founding fathers of this new faith, were personalities of little fame or fortune, but of incomparable courage and perseverance. Up against the wall, characters like D.D. Home, Judge Edmonds, Professors Hare and Mapes, and others put their respectability on the line for the sake of the young science of spirit and brilliant phenomena that roared through the second half of the 19th century with as much fervor as the Underground Railroad roared through the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Right? You lose the fear through knowledge. You lose the fear through knowledge, y'all. And nothing better than knowing. I think we're going to make this to a part 2, jump into it tomorrow, but I just want to finish this. It leapt across the Atlantic, talking about this information. Leapt across the Atlantic, or talking about the spiritualist movement, excuse me. It leapt across the Atlantic, right? And now it was fashionable. JBN, Dr. Henry Slade, Colonel Henry Steele Olcott, Emma Harding, Reverend Stanton Moses, Alfred Russel Wallace, the Davenport brothers, Miss Marshall, Miss Hayden, Robert Dale Owen, Dr. William Crooks, each and all, and scores of others, even less known, were founding fathers and mothers of that blossoming, controversial groundswell. Newborough's daughter, Joan, would later in 1945 speak of it. I think never mind. While it may cause a raising of eyebrows to learn that Newborough became interested in spiritualism, it was only because people today do not realize the tremendous sweep over the whole civilized world spiritualism made during the middle of the last century. In Italy, Germany, France, England, the foremost scientific men not only engaged in investigating it, they openly endorsed it. So in investigating spiritualism, Newborough was not only swept along with the masses of ordinary folk, he was in the company of the greatest minds of the day. Again, if a book have merit, what matter as to who wrote it? Huh? And I think we're going to get back into that tomorrow, man. You dig what I'm saying? Because we breaking up this fear. Anybody want to come on? I'm going to just leave this up here, man. We'll just, hold on. If anybody still want to come on, y'all can come on in. You dig what I'm saying? Hold on, let me share this. I ain't going to be on here long. I got to get up. I got a lot to do in the morning. Deshaun Bay, go. Man, you got to play that. We're going to come. As a matter of fact, we going out of here on the GOAT tonight. That's right. You bring them, we raise them. They're going to talk about love and life. I'm like, baby sis. Oh, that's my big sis. See, no, salute. Shout out to everybody out there, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's see what they talking about in the chat. Brother Nasir, man, salute for coming through, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to the gang. Y'all know what it is. Let me see. Said, cause I'm going to say this honestly, humble at a point. Your book does have scriptures in it. So how can you say? I can say the Bible is fake, or it's God is fake. I know the Bible is absolutely real. What's in it? It's a book. It's objective, right? The information in it, much of it has no merit and it's false, right? The book itself is a real book, right? Any Bible is just a collection of books, or stories and chapters, and right? That's what all stories are. You dig what I'm saying? So when I say the Bible is fake, it's fake as into its point. It's fake as into its God, right? But I can't say that it's 100% totally false, because much of what comes from the Creator was stolen by the false gods and just reworked. Right? What I will say is, not one word in the Bible was written by an angel of the Creator, right? Or by an Israelite. Not one word. So it we can tie fake as into its merit and information, right? It's twisting of truth, right? But as a book, it's a real book. Its information is just false, and so is its God. That's how we can say that. We ain't been at war with Israelites. We've been smashing them. We ain't been at war with no Israelites. We are the Israelites. We've been smashing the Jews. Those people who fake like they Israelites but are the synagogue of Satan. We've been smashing them. We the real Israelites. You know what I mean? In practice, we would be just in America, we would be called Algonquins. Just like Bronze told him, Bible ain't all fake. Right? Just like I had to tell him. None of the books are all fake. Yeah. Like my brother said, the best lies have some truth in it. The Bible, which is a lie from a God who is a liar. Yeah. It's got some truth in it. It's got some truth in it, but it's got a lot of bullshit in it too, bro. No cap. You know what I mean? Yeah. Ain't no such thing as a perfect book. Right? But like Brian said, it still don't leave you an excuse not to read them either. Some knowledge is acquired with deep spiritual books. Huh? Yep. No mention of authorship. You dig what I'm saying? Oh, gee, the Nehemiah up in this thing. What's going on, man? I didn't even see the brother up in here. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Torah was burnt. Torah was burnt before they even went into the Assyrian captivity. Let that sink in. 400 years they were without a Bible from Ezra time. Ezra was born in the early 500s. Right? He compiled his Bible or the text in 496 BC. So from 400 years before that, that's 896. They hadn't had a complete Torah for over 150 years before the Assyrian captivity. Syrian captivity around 728, 722 BC. They hadn't had a Tanakh or Torah, a law, written law anyway, since the 890s. Let that sink in a second. You know what I'm saying? With that, man, we're going to go and get up out of here, bro. You know, it's just a different type of information. You know what I mean? We're going to get back into JBN. You dig what I'm saying? But ain't nothing to fear, y'all. All you got to do is read, not be a coward or a degenerate your whole life.
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Shout out to Cosmon Cow. Cosmon Cow, boy, I'm going to tell you something. He is a problem. He is a problem when it comes to these Hebrew Israelites. Y'all better stop playing. He is a problem. Cosmon Cow is a problem. Create a gang.
Yeah, the gang coming. Create a gang coming. Turning up the light and watching boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
Yeah, and since I done hit naturalism with the... Yeah, I really don't I don't really even want to address that no more. You know, but it's so blatantly false. You dig what I'm saying? I might have to do something though. You know? But he can't get around my first doc. That's why he keep running from it. He will not address anything in it because he can't. I debunked naturalism. Objectively. Right? Let me see what we got going on in here. Because I think we're going to go and get up out of here on some of this Deshaun LaFay. I think we're going to go and get up out of here on some of this Deshaun LaFay today. Let me see. Hold on one second. What am I doing? All right, hold on. All right. Yeah, we're gonna get up out of here on some of this Deshaun LaFay. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the Cosmon Goddess, man. Album is in fuego. You know what? I always play this one. I want to play this other one too. Hold on, let me go back. Cause she got a banger on here too. Hold on. Yeah. This is what choosing yourself sounds like. This is my joint right here. This is my little wake up in the morning, sip my coffee, drop the top, let the wind go through my hair. You dig what I'm talking about as I'm praising the creators. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to my sister Deshaun LaFay. This is a banger. You dig what I'm talking about? Before we get up out of here, man, I just need y'all to do something for me. That's to breathe in, let that light in. Because I'm Cosmon, y'all. And I'm out.
I've been waking up before the sun, packing dreams in lunchbox love, running on faith and overtime, pouring from an empty cup, bills on the counter, tears in the sink, smiling through everything, every promise I put on hold, every part of me I didn't get to be. I gave my body, I gave my name, gave my nights to survive the days. I don't regret it, no, not a thing, but I've been quiet long enough to breathe. Now the house is still and my heart is loud. I finally hear myself right now. I'm still standing, still soft, still strong, still dancing to my own song. I get my love, I get my all, now I give it back to me, back to you. I'm still standing, no chains on my feet, I don't owe nobody my peace. I'm thankful for the road I've been through, it brought me back to me. I love my babies with my whole soul, built a home out of broken clothes, held it down when nobody saw. I was the backbone, I was the wall. All work, husband, life on repeat, put myself last, yeah, every week. But something shifted in my chest when I chose rest instead of yes. No more shrinking, no more weight, no more asking to take up space. I earned this glow, this calm, this fire. I'm not tired, I'm inspired. I'm not leaving anything behind, I'm just finally walking a step. Still standing, still talking to my own song. I gave my love, I gave my all, now I give it back to me. I'm still standing, no chains on my feet, I don't owe nobody my peace. I'm thankful for the road I've been through, it brought me back to me. Still standing, still talking to my own song. I gave my love, I gave my all, now I give it back to me. You deserve it, I'm still standing, no chains on my feet, I don't owe nobody my peace. I'm thankful for the road I've been through, it brought me back to me. I survived on faith and fumes, turned sacrifice into roots. Every scar made room to grow, every note taught me what I know. I ain't bitter, I ain't mad, I'm the best I ever had. Still got love, still got grace, just got stronger boundaries in place. I don't chase, I attract, I don't fold, I adapt, I don't disappear. Full I rise, I receive, I trust. I'm still standing, still soft, still strong, still to my own song. I give my love, I give my all, now I give it back to me, back to you. I'm still standing, no chains on my feet, I don't owe nobody my peace. I'm thankful for the road I've been through, it brought me back to me. Back to you. Back to you. Back to you, back to you, back to you, back to you, back to you. I'm still standing, no chains on my feet. I don't owe nobody my peace.
So y'all want to say that the brother won? Y'all can say what you want to. Y'all voted the way y'all voted. I ain't hurt.
King Selah Shalom, another victory. Hail me, the king, cause that's what it tend to be. War child got crushed, I took him out his misery. Swing swords cut his vocal cords quite sufficiently. Zion under my feet, met his defeat instantly. Trying to compete, run a retreat before you mention me. In the Coliseum, I got eyes on my enemies. In mausoleums, I'ma leave them for coming centuries. Headshot fatal, couldn't recover from his injuries. Bloody gore, ligaments tore, did him vicious, cut him to the core, give him some more. Straight consistent, settle the score. Cause I'm for sure another victor. Cut through Zion like a knife, decapitate, take life. Put his head on the altar for the ultimate sacrifice. For years you've been living lies, following the myth in the sky. Greco-Roman theology through Ethiopian eyes. You just as blind as Christians who thinking Jesus is why. Truth in front your face and you seem they can't get it right. Jah Rastafari, not gonna save your life. Real killers move in silence in the shadow of night. The sleeping giant awoke, you know it's been a while. Coming out of hibernation, hungry, thirsty on the prowl. When the conquering lion growl, it echoes about a mile. I'm the real god of war, this nigga just a war child. Sacrifice him to his god, now his soul's immortal. Walking through the valley of death on brimstone tile. Zion wanted smoke, got suffocated by poison clouds. If you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen now. Standing on my square and I'm here to retain the crown. This debate Coliseum, I'm bringing the building down. 2 years ago we told you what new sheriff was in town. Battle of the holy books, bitch, we back you niggas down.
Man, it's hot up in this place, man.